Assalamu alaykum hörmətli görürmənlər. Görüvatqanlar Erkin Asiya Radiosu Uyğur biliminin naq meydan taqtışı. Biz bugün Angliyanın paytaxtı Londondakı Uyğur Sot Kollegiyasının ispat beriş yığınını naq meydanda sizlərinin huzurunuzğa sunmaqçı. Unda bolsa diqqətinizlə ekranımızda bolsun.
Mr. Sabi, will you explain the position and introduce us?
Mr. Chairman, the morning session today is the joint report of the 5 experts that will give evidence regarding the report. The report starts at page 127 of your pack, and we'll wait for the experts to arrive and then we'll introduce. Experts are coming. Experts.
Is that it? Right. It's 1 inch. Can you hear me now? Let's do a test. Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now? Right. Detention for any who fail to obey. Morning, Mr. Sabi. Sorry we're a little late starting, ladies and gentlemen. Mr. Sabi.
Good morning, sir. Our first witness today is Golbahar Jalilova, who will be giving evidence in person here. Ms. Jalilova, please take the seat. Golbahar Jalilova was born in Almaty in 1964 as a Kazakh citizen by birth. She's a businesswoman and she was working in clothing business. She had commercial relations with firms in China and in particular in Urumqi. She traveled to Urumqi and in May 2017 and is arrested on the charges of terrorism and sending funds to terrorist organization in Turkey. She's then arrested and moved from detention center to detention center and held until September 2018. During this time, she was held shackled in overcrowded prisons with other Uyghur women. She had been victim of cruel and degrading and inhuman treatment. She's been tortured, raped, and many times ended in hospital. Eventually, she was released because of her foreign citizenship. Ms. Jalilova, you were born in Kazakhstan and you are a Kazakh citizen by birth.
Kazakhstan garajdanı. Şunaqmı?
Assalamu alaikum. Hürmetlik hanımlar, efendimler. Ben bugünkü sotqa üzerindeki delil ispatlarımla ip geldim. Şunu bir tercüme ettim. Ben Kazakhstan'da doğulup östüm.
Yes, I was born and brought up in Kazakhstan. And dear ladies and gentlemen, I am very pleased to have this opportunity to give my testimony today in this Uyghur Tribunal.
Thank you. Ms. Jalilova, when you went to Urumqi in May 2017, policemen came to your hotel and arrested you.
Siz 2017 yılı 5. ayda Urumqiga kelgandan keyin saqchilar sizni qo'lga oldi.
To'g'ri, yataqdan oteldan 2017 5. ayning 22-si tutildi.
Yes, correct. On the 22nd of May, I was arrested from the hotel room.
Can you explain what happened to your passport and were you given Chinese identity cards?
Özünüzünki şu pasportunuz doğruluq ve Xitaylar şu kimlik sizge kimlik bergen şu jargonni tushundirib beramiz.
Tushundirib berayım. Meni tutgan vaqtda meni Qozaq pasportim bor edi, ular oldi. Turmaga apagan vaqtda 3-turma Sankanga apagan vaqtda ular menga yag'an kimlik berib Gulbahor Jalili deb shifrli nomer berdi, qog'oz yozib berdi.
Yes, when they arrested me, I had my Kazakhstan passport. After I was taken to number 3 detention center, and they took away my passport and replaced with a Chinese ID card, and they even changed my name to Golbahar Jalil.
One of the first things they did to you, they did a medical examination. You say that one of them was for pregnancy test.
Şu doktordan ötüş jarayonida eng muhimi shu qo'siq hamilda bo'lgan bo'lmaganligini tekshiraydi debsiz. Yes, correct.
You say that if you were pregnant, they would have forced you to abort the baby there and then.
Eğer ular şu yerdə sizinki hamilda bo'lganliginizni eğer de bilib qalsa, şu yerdə qo'saqdan balını ev tutu debsiz.
Evet tutu.
Yes, correct. That's true.
And you say you saw this happen to many people. Can you elaborate on that? When and how did you see that?
Siz bunun başqalarının beşidən ötkenligini gördüm debsiz. Bunu qandaq ködüңüzmüşünü bir düşündürüp bərsiniz.
Ular kirgan vaqtda asıl tarafdan qanjiq aqatdi. Ham talatdi, talab o'tiradi. Doktorlar kepla ishqitaldi, dori beradi, dori ishganniki ularniki odatlari hamanim to'xtab qoladi.
When they entered the cell, they were bleeding, heavily bleeding, and they had sweat all the time, and the doctors would come and gave them 2 pills. After that, bleeding stopped.
You were taken to 3 different detention centers during your detention. Can you very briefly explain to the tribunal the condition of these 3 detention centers? The tribunal has read your wonderful report completely and they know all about it. But please give a short explanation.
Siz 3 o'xshamagan tutqun yerda tutulibsiz. Mushu 3 yerninki ichidagi bir sharoitlarni qisqacha tanishtirib bergan bo'lsangiz, chunki sizning butun bayonotingizni biz o'qidik, nayt tafsili yozilgan. Shuning uchun sizning tafsil deyishingizdan hech qanday hojat yo'q, faqatlam qisqacha tushuntirib beramiz.
O'xshashlar men Senken degan 3-turmada yotdim. Arken degan 3-turmada yotdim. Mana men internetdan topdim, o'xshashlar.
I was in number 3 and number 2 detention centers, and I found this picture on Googling. It's exactly same cell.
To the microphone, I'm doing as close as that, and then you can hear, and you can be heard. Sorry to not to have noticed.
Endi mana depadingiz, yani qayta shu turmedagi jarayondagi shu sharoitlar, o'shaning sharoit qandaq deyishini qisqacha tushuntirib bersangiz, men tarjima qilaman.
Mana shu ko'rgandek o'xshash mashada bir 40 odam biz yotimiz. Buni oxirgisi aynak oborna, hammamiz o'sha qaraymiz, o'tirib turganlar hammanim ko'rindi.
The cell was exactly like this. About 40 of us slept, and we had to face on that wall, and that place was a toilet, a glass wall, so we have to face the toilet with glass wall.
Men o'zinglar ko'rgandek ya yotqa yo'q, ya taki yo'q. Mashdaq daxyada biz 2 soat ketsa 2 soat uxlatdik.
As you can see, there is no bedding there, and it was just concrete floor. We had to sleep on the concrete floor only 2 hours a night.
Жуйындыған елем yok. Bir aygacha bizni hammamizning beshlarimiz pishtinib ketdi. Bizni ruxsatimsiz bizni hammamizni chashlarimizni evatdi.
As there is no cleaning facilities, no water to wash, within 1 month it developed lice, and without our consent, our hair was shaved off.
10 kunda bir kirib 10 saqchidak ayollar kirdi. 2 harbiy qurollar bilan eshikni oldida turdi. Bizni hammamizni qip yalang'och qilib, beshimizni tutqizib, 3 qitim o't ag'izib tug'izdi.
Once every 10 days, a mix of male and female police came to the cell, and 2 armed guards stood on both sides of the cell door, and we were stripped naked. We had to place our hands behind our head, and we had to do sit-ups, 3 sit-ups.
Mana buni ishikdan kichkina mundaq to'shik bor. Ishikning endi ash to'shikdan bizga labadilla paydo turinglar deydi. Paydo turgan vaqtda hammamiz qo'limizni chiqaramiz, 2 tal haftada 2 taldan dori berdi. 10 kunda bir qatim jig'ni soladi. U nima biz bilmaymiz.
The cell door has a foot slot, and we would be called from there, and they ask us to stretch our hands out from that slot, and then they would give us 2 pills. We must take that pills once every week. Bir haftada
bir dori berdi, 2 tal dori. Hem biz de sezdik, kızların eşade kağıt işin bilmegeniken kızların adetleri hemsiniki to'xtab qoldi. Hem qo'saq açsaqma, bizni so'raqdan keyin ursimi, biz hech nimani sezmaydigan bo'ldik.
Gradually, all the women stopped their periods, and also after a while, even after we were beaten up, we couldn't feel anything anymore.
Ms. Jalilova, you were taken 4 times to hospital for a total of 40 days. Are you prepared to discuss the reasons for being taken to hospital here?
Siz şu jarayonda 4 qitim doktorxonaga apiribdi sizni. Mana shu doktorxonaga apag'an jarayonini biroz tushuntirib bera olamsiz?
Doktorxonaga apag'an vaqtda meni yalnız uzun saqchilarning mashinasi, töme mashinasi o'tag'izdi. Har qitim o'tag'izgan vaqtda beshimizga talaga chiqqan vaqtda so'roqqa beshimizga qor xalti kiydiradi, qo'limizga qo'ysa 5 kiloluk kishanni men geçmedi, 1 yil 3 ay 10 kun shu butunki 5 kilo kisham bilan yurdim. Mashinaga o'tag'izib, ular 40 minut bir uzoq yerga bordi. Apadi keyin qarasam doktorxonaga. Doktorxona bir qavatli doktorxona.
I was taken to a police van, a black hood over my head. I was handcuffed and shackled. The shackle was about 5 kilograms. Since I was taken inside up until I left, 1 year, 3 months, 10 days, I was in that shackle. And so I believe approximately 40 minutes drive I was in hospital. It was just a 1-floor building.
Bek qo'rqinchliq, uni doktorxonami demedi. Shu meniki yuragim qo'zg'alib, hoshimni ketgan vaqtda shu doktorxonaga apag'an vaqtda bijo'ga tushadi. Bijo'ga tushirib, keyin o'sha doktorxonada meni qog'oz qo'ydi, saqchilar. Eshaqda 10 kun turdim, 10 kun turgan vaqtda bek o'sha doktorxona bek qo'rqinchliq, nurg'un narsalarni yashadi ko'rdim.
It was terrifying. My experience even in the hospital, the so-called hospital, was terrifying. The police left me there, and I was there for 10 days. And they did ultrasound. The reason I was taken there because I had heart problem, and also I was collapsed. That's why they took me there.
Şu doktorxonada Juzumaja kelgan qizlar o'tiribdi. Men uni bilmadim. Aytadiki, naqshi Xitoyning 5 kiyimini naqshini uyadim o'rganish kerak. Shu o'rgangan vaqtda, aytgan vaqtda aytadiki, qizlar kashtib asta-asta past ovozda datdi. Ammo uni Juzumaja kelganlar jig'ni serib, xultib o'ltirdi degan qizlarni men ko'rdim.
I saw some ladies wore orange color vest. And we also had to sing 5 red songs in that hospital as well. And at night, some girls quietly told me that those who wore orange vest will put to death by injection.
Yana bir qizni ko'rdim. Aşağıda börügünü aptike, salapan sülük halta. İs koyuptu bir börügünü evetken kızlar yanımda otadı. Doktorxonada ko'rdim.
I saw a young lady who sat next to me who had an operation. I could see the bag hanging over her side, and I learned that she had her kidney removed.
You have been taken to the dark room a number of times. Can you explain what the dark room is?
Siz qarangı öýge bir qancha qitim meni akirdi dep şunaq dedi depsiz. Şu qarangı öýünü biraz tasvirlap bera alamsiz?
Yo'q, men qarangı uyda özüm yatmadım. Biroq qarangı uyda yatgan qizni ko'rdim. Mahbirat deydigan 25 yoshlik yen kirgan vaqtda aşı qiz dedi 1 metr deb ichida mundaq uzun chashqallar bor. Yuğan çaşqallar bor. Agar ketsa ko'zimiz ilinib qolsa, shu chashqallar qo'lsaqlar och ko'zlarimizning ichiga kirdi, quloqlarimiz ichiga. Shuning uchun kechich uxlamay mashta qilib o'tadik deb shu qizlar degan qarang'i uylar bor. Nurg'un qizlar o'shaqda o'tadi.
Well, in fact, I wasn't taken to a black room. It was the other ladies, women in the cell where I shared with, and a lady called Mahbrat, who was 25 years old, and she described me what was like when she was in this solitary confinement in this metal cage, 1 meter by 1 meter. She also said that there were rats, and they didn't dare to sleep. So all night long they had to try to drive the rat away.
You talked about the medicine that was given to you, and you say you don't know what these were. But can you explain the effect of that on you?
Siz bu bəgən doğrularının ki, nemiligini bilmedim, lekin bizge çoxum içişqi məcburlu deyəpsiz. Bu doğrularını içkəndən keyin sizdə qandaq bir özgürüşlər oldu mu şularını düşündürüp berəmsiz?
Mening de özgürüşlər oldu. Mening ballarım, 4 ballam var. Ballarımdan sığındım. Hem hazır nim qıvatıdı dep əsəlqə tuqqanlan sığınıb isimga alay desem, hılqı xudim men aşı türmün içinde tuğulup öskendekler tamaqningmi damini bilmettim. Hılqı hemen hissiyatım hemen yo'qolib ketgan.
Initially, when I was inside, I missed my children, my relatives. I have 4 children. And gradually, I lost this feeling of even thinking about them. And I couldn't taste any food. And so, as if I was born there. Yeah, as if I always just grow up there.
Every time you refused to sign the document they wanted you to confess, you were beaten. Can you explain to the tribunal how severe your torture were?
Her bir qitim aşular mecburlab sizni aşı ekegen materialga qol qo'ydigan vaqtida siz qat'iy uni rad qilibsiz. Shu rad qilgandan keyin sizni qiyin qistoqqa olib shu qiyin qistoqlarni biroz tushuntirib beramiz. Ne kadar derecede qiyin qistoqqa uchurdingiz?
Birinchi kuni soat 8, saylikda 8 soat 11gacha bular meniki tariximni qayerda tug'ildim ashlarni yozdi. Yazgandan keyin bir qog'ozni akib berdi. Buni qog'oz mana menda Xitoycha yoziliq, terroristlarga yordam qildi degan.
8dan qancha dedi?
11gacha. Mushuna qo'l qo'y dedi. Qo'l qo'ymasam, bular endi seni qo'l qo'ydigan yerga olib deb shu turmaga tashladi.
On the first day, I was questioned from 8 a.m. to 11 p.m. And during that time, they forced me to sign a document which indicates that I'm a terrorist. I must admit and accept that I'm a terrorist. Therefore, I refused to sign that document.
Birinchi qitim shu meni so'roqqa lagerning ichida, kamerning ichida so'roq tatgan vaqtda tigr deydigan ustal bor. O'shada o'tag'izib 24 soat su bermay yo o'burniga bag'izmay ashaqda o'tag'izda kechalari ko'zim ilinib soat 3-4lar ko'zim ilinib ketsa, o'shadagi soqchilar o'zlari navbat bo'yicha turib elektroshoklar bilan qaltaklar bilan urib ko'zingni ilma, ko'zingni och, muning qo'l qo'y deb qo'l qo'yg'izdi. Men qo'ymadim.
On the first interrogation, I was secured in the metal chair for 24 hours. Every time when I dozed off, they would use electric prod and an electric stick to remind me and force me to keep my eyes open.
Әлбәттә, мен қол қоймадым. Һәр қат ашы 24 сағаттан кейін мен докторханаға апардым. Ылғи үстәлде отаған вакытта, тигр үстәлде отаған вакытта путымыз исик турды. Ашы 5 кило кишен путымны ылғи саңлыга вакытта төян татып путым ишип кетип, шу якта гошумдан кетип жыкылып, шу докторханаға барган жан соянга.
And while I was secured on that metal chair, my legs were hanging, and the 5 kilogram of that shackle, the metal chain, was dragging my feet. In the end, my feet was swollen so badly, and when I was released from that chair, I collapsed. That's when they took me to hospital.
Мен һәр кытым сораққа вакытта, сорақ татқан вакытта, ер астыда камера бар. Ки қол қоймап едім, улар әмде сен яхшылықчы білмәсәң, хәзер без әмде сені деп талаға чыкты. Талаға чыккан вакытта камера юк. Шу якта улар сакчылар бишиге нимкәсе ашна кылды, баскынчылыкмы кылды, қол қойдырмыз деп, бірақ мен қол қоймадым.
Үйнең ичидеме, үйнең сыртыдымы окшаш?
Үйнең сыртыга чыкты, камера юк яга.
So the interrogation room, there is camera in the interrogation room. After I refused to sign, they took me out of that room, and the place where there is no camera, and the police did whatever they wished. Including rape as well.
Did you notice any sign of torture on other inmates that you met in the camp?
Siz başqalarının o'sha qiyin qistaqdan keyin bir ahvollarni, ya'ni qiyin qistaqdan keyin ba'zi qiynalgandan keyinki ahvollarni o'z ko'zingiz bilan ko'rdingizmi? Qanday bir
Әлбәттә, мен әшәкта ең киргән вакытта нургын нәрсәләрне көдем, әшәктәге кызлар, аннан кин сорактан кин 24 саат, 72 саат сорактан кин киргән кызлар мачык, аш кызларның ки тимаклар жулып әткән, 10 бармыгыны ичиге мата жыңны саган кызлар, үзләре канап кеткән, урган кызларны бәк җык көдем, һәм уларга баскынчылык кылдымы дип сорган вакытта улар я этемей күздән яш аккан кызларны көдем.
Yes, I frequently saw, especially those girls were taken out of the cell when they returned after 24 hours or sometimes 72 hours, and their nails were pulled out, and also all 10 fingernails, they had a nails stick in the nails. They were bleeding, their face was bleeding, and when I asked girls whether they were raped, they didn't say yes or no, they just cried.
Мен моны дәфтәремгә чыгып, лагердан чыгып, моны 67 кызның исемен яздым. Мәшәдә бер Hürriyet дигән 27 яшьлек кыз бар, ашы соракта караңгы үйләг солап, соракта урып, бек кат урып, мен үзем көземнән көтү, шу кыз өлгәнне мен көдем үзем көземдә.
I have soon after I was released from the camp, I note down 67 ladies' names, and there's one lady who was 27 years old. Her name was Hürriyet. She was beaten to death, and I saw her with my own eyes.
You were released after more than 15 months. Do you think you would have been released if you did not have a Kazakh nationality?
Sizni 15 aydan keyin qo'yib o'tibdi. Sizcha siz agar Qozog'istonlik pasport bo'lmagan bo'lsa sizni qo'yib o'tadimi?
Yo'q, men o'ylaymanki, u yoqdan hech kim saq chiqmaydi. Meni shu terrorist deb kimliklarimni yo'tkaganiga qarta men endi o'zim nima qilyapman, endi o'lim jazosi berdi, u yoqdan tirik chiqmayman deb. Biroq mening bolalarim men ishinib, mening tuqqanlarim men ishinib, nurgun devletler xat yazdı. Birleşmiş Devlet kimi xat yazdı. Şu xatlardan keyin meni ular aqlandığında deb qo'yib etdi.
No, I don't think so. I don't think anyone can leave there safe or alive. I thought after my passport was confiscated and I was given the Chinese ID card and I was told I was given a death penalty, I thought I would die there. But after my children repeatedly wrote to various organizations, international human rights organizations, in the end, I was released.
Meni qo'yib etgan vaqtda, meni qo'yib 2018 8 ayning avgustniki 27-si bizni yana qilib yalang'och qilyapti polislar. Keyin Gulbahor Jalil dedi, "Do debla yeni basam, kimim yaşsam, anda qilib yalang'och qilsam, yo'q, teshin so'raq" dedi. Shu meni ashaqtilar doktorxonaga apadi, Jangsoyanga.
Okay. It was on the 27th of August. I was in a room where they stripped naked again. And when my name was called, I was ready to take off my clothes, and they said, "Come, come." So I went, and I followed the order, then they took me to a prison hospital.
Doktorxonada shu meni tekshirib, qon besimim yuqori bo'lgani uchun ular meni 3 kun 20 kilo men o'rqlab ketgan. Vitaminlarni berib 3 kun meni otel inimda shu doktorxonada baqdi. Doktorxonaga berdi vitaminlarni. Keyin shu 3 kundan keyin meni ashaqlar qo'limdagi kishanni, putumdagi ko'zlarni ivetdi. Sen aqlanding deb doktorxonada menga shu xabarni dedi.
After arriving in the hospital, they tested my blood pressure. It was very high. So they kept me there for 3 days and fed me good food and vitamins and removed the handcuffs and shackles. And 3 days later, they said, "You are free."
Yani 3 kun meni otelde baktı, Ürümçi'de. Otelde bakkandan keyin meni vizam chiqdi. Vizam chiqqandan keyin 2018 9-ayning 3-i menga o'sha Gobo'ga apadi, saqchixonaga apirib, ular dedi, "Mana vizang chiqdi, endi sen aqlanding, sana hech nima, sen Xitoy shunday partiya sana yaxshilik qildi, sen bu kundan unutib qol. Agar sen desang, qo'l Xitoyning qo'li uzun, neda bo'lsang biz seni o'ldiramiz. Shuning uchun sen biz bilan moslashib, sen bizga
So then I was taken to a hotel and where I was well looked after for another 3 days, as I lost 20 kilos during my time in detention. And then I was told that I can go home. They had a visa for me and said, "You must remember the good policy of the Chinese government, and please completely forget what happened here. And if you ever mention anything, then you must remember the arms of China is very long, can reach you."
Keyin asken dedi, "Sen yıqılıq ayal, sen hemen düşünüyorsa biz sana yardım qilamiz" deb, mana saqchilar o'ziniki, Goboniki nomerlarini yezbedi. Qachon aloqasan biz telefon nomerini olamiz, biz sana yardım qilamiz. Sen bu kunlaringni bu bishon o'tganlarni hech kimga dema deb satrashxonaga apirib, chochlarimni bo'yab, chechim qisqidi, oppoq makiyajlan qilib Qozog'istonga yo'l qilib qo'ydi.
Said, "You are an intelligent woman, and if you need any help, you can reach us." They gave me 3 numbers, all from the state security police numbers. And they took me, at that time, my hair was short, all gray, took me to color my hair, then did makeup before sending me back to Kazakhstan.
Thank you, Mr. Luba. The Chinese government maintains that you were never in any vocational camp and your arrest was purely for financing terrorist activities. If you want to answer to that charge, please go ahead, but if not, the tribunal will have their questions.
Okay. Xitoy hukumati sizni anda tutishdagi sababini o'sha terrorist bilan bog'langan degan shu sababni beribdi.
bu doğruluq düşüncə verişinizin ki hacıtı yox, əlbəttə, əgər də vermədisiniz mi, ixtiyarınız. Həm də bulanın ki, sualı olsa bəlkə sual sorayacağız.
Əlbəttə, mənim suallarım var. Mən əgər terrorist bolsam, məni 1 yıl 3 ay 10 gün nimishga tutudi. Tutgan vaqtda mən sot məhkəməyə nimishga chiqmadim. Nim səbəblərdən mən axlandım. Nim səbəbdən mən qandaqlaçı mən terrorist bolğan heç qandaq bilməyəm, heç nim bilməyəm. Mən ularning heç qandaq sifatlari yo'q terrorist deydigan. Şu ularning maqsadi şu Uyg'urlarni yo'qotish.
Up until now, I don't understand how they accuse me of being linked to terrorism or terrorists. I was locked up for 1 year and 3 months without any procedure. I never seen a court, anything. Up until now, they didn't prove anything. The only reason I believe that I was locked up because I was Uyghur.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, the tribunal's questions, please.
Professor Osler, please.
Good morning, Mrs. Jalilova. Thank you for giving such a detailed and comprehensive statement.
Jalilova xanım, ətigəliniz xeyirli olsun. Sizə köp rəhmət, nəhayət inçik, nəhayət düşünçlik bizə bayanatını düşündürüb bədəniz. Rəhmət sizə.
You showed us a list of women who were locked up with you that you wrote down when you left. Did you write down any other details after you were freed?
Siz bu ayollarning ismini o'sha turmadan chiqqandan keyin yozdim debsiz. Ondan keyin siz chiqib ketgandan keyin yana bularning ismidan boshqa yana inchik ba'zi uchurlarni yozdingizmi? Bularga münasibətlik başqa uçurlarını mı yazdınız?
Yo'q, bu men shu turmadan chiqib bu qizlarni uyga kelib sig'indim. Ismlarini yozib, nim sababdan tutdi, qancha yoshda, hech qanday sabablar yo'q. Shu ashlar ismlarini qancha yoshda, qayerda tug'ildi, shularni hammasini yozdim. Ham o qizlar pat-patla kashlarda naqsh etgan vaqtda, Xitoy naqshlarini etgan vaqtda, shu qizlar menga aytdi, sizga omonat, siz men o'ldirmayman, shada saq chiqsangiz, siz dunyo butkul xalqida menga bo'layotgan zulmlarni sizga omonat deb shu qizlar aytdi, shu qizlarniki ismlarini sig'inib yozdim.
After I was released, I often thought about those girls. And so I wrote down all the names that I remembered and their age and for what reason they were there. During the singing session, they passed a message to me that saying that I will be free and that you would be free, so please tell the world about what is happening to us. So I carried that message with me.
You mentioned a 14-year-old girl in your cell. Did you see any other children in the detention camps you were in?
Siz şu türmenin içinde 14 yaşlık bir kızın ki bağlığını depsiz. Siz başka yerlerde mi şu yaşığı yetmeyen ballarının bağlığını gördünüz mü?
Gördüm. 14 yaşdan 80 yaşlı qizlarni ko'rdim, men kichik o'quvchi qizlarni ko'rdim, o'shaqda hammasi lagerda, jiq qizlarni ko'rdim.
Yes, I saw many between aged 14 to 80 years old.
Okay. And do you know why the children were there? What they were accused of?
Nima uchun bu ballarni uyaga apirdi, bularning qandaq bir jinoyat bilan ularni uyaga apag'an?
Bularning hech qanday jinoyatlari yo'q. Shu burun ashlarga WhatsApp ishlatgan. Ya bo'lmasa Uyg'urcha cheklangan naqshlar jiqisniki. Hech qanday jinoyati yo'q.
They were all innocent. They didn't commit any crime whatsoever. Some had a WhatsApp app on their phone. Some listened to songs that apparently was forbidden.
Mana bir ikkisini o'qib beray. Men Dubayga borgan gunasi Türkiye'ye bağlan gunası, Amerika'ya bağlan
I can just read out to you several examples there. The reason was one because visited Dubai, another was visited Turkey, another one visited America.
Were the children treated any differently from the adult women?
And bu balla bilan cho'nglarninki farqliq bo'ldimi ularninki farqliq?
Yo'q, men chet ellik Qozog'istonlik bo'lsam hech qanday farq bo'lmadi. Kichik bola hech qanday emas. O'xshash ashaqda zulm ko'rdik, o'xshashlar.
No, whatsoever. Even I am being a Kazakhstan citizen as a foreigner, they didn't treat me differently.
You describe some women who permanently disappeared. Can you tell us how old they were?
Siz nurg'un ayollarninki biraqlam yo'qolib ketganligini bayramlardingizda so'zlabsiz. Ularning yoshi qancha yoshda shu yo'qolib ketganlarninki?
Shu kechisi, asas kechisi ismlarini ataydi, xalta kedirib ochiq ketdi. Nurg'un qizlar qaytib kirmadi. Yoshi asosan shu 30 dan yuqori, 25 dan 25, 28, aşağıdan 40'largacha bor.
Well, many women, their name were called, and then after black sack over their head taken out, never returned. They aged between 25 to 40.
And you testify about rape and your own rape. Are you able to talk a little more about that?
Siz bu basqınçılıq toğrusida bizga biraz inchiklab so'zlab beralmisiz?
O'sha talaga chiqqan vaqtda kamera yo'q. Birinchi qatim meni 404 degan kameraga akirdi. Akirgan vaqtda ishaqda bulungda karavat turdi. Karavatning ustida bir yotgan bilan taki. Aşı tiger üstelde men o'tadim. Shu ular yana shu 24 soat o'sha nimni qog'ozni akilib qo'l qo'ymasang biz chiqamaymiz dedi.
Tinch qo'l qo'y.
Yo'q. Birinchi qatim talaga chiqqan vaqtda, bosqinchilikqa vaqt uni oldida qilmagan, keyin shu sen yaxshilikchi bilmasa deb meni bek tilidi ular. Qo'l qo'y deb qo'l qo'ymagan vaqtda shu kechasi bir saqchi 27 yoshlarda bor. Aşı iştimni yeshib, men mandaq o'tagandan keyin ishtimni yeshib, yanimga keldi, kelib shu qaltaklar bilan urdi. Elektroshoklar bilan urdi, qo'l qo'ysa imzo atmasang deb meni bek og'zi eski so'zlar bilan bek tilab ketdi. Keyin shu ishtimni yeshib yanimga keldi. Kelgan vaqtda men unga dedim, "Men o'ltirma, meni o'ltirdi bular" deb. Men unga dedim, "Sening onang yo'qmi? Sening hadlaring yo'qmi? Sening qanday qo'ling bor dumashnaga" dedim. Ular bek yana meni urib ketdi. Men bilmayman, shaqtlar yan doktorxonaga oldi.
The first experience was when I was taken to this interrogation room, number 404, and where I saw a bed and a bedding. I was locked, secured on a metal chair. Again, they forced me to sign that document. Having refused after being beaten severely, I didn't change my mind. I resisted to sign that paper. And then eventually this male police, who was about 27 years old, came next to me and pulled down his trousers. And I said, "Please kill me. How dare you do this to me? Don't you have a mother or sister?" So let me just ask her to continue. Shu sening opang, adlaring yo'qmi? Buni qanday man qilsa meni o'ltirib bo'ldi dedim deb Düşendim, doğru düşendirgen bolsa. Ha, onundan keyin neymiş boldu?
To'g'ri, undan keyin u dedi menga, sen turumga qarab baqma, sen hayvonga o'xshaysan dedi. Sen qanday sen men onam bo'la olasan, ocham bo'la olasan, og'zingni yum deb, siz og'zlaringni yum deb meni yana qattiq eshaqda urib.
He verbally abused me and said, "Look at yourself. How dare you compare yourself to my mother or to sister? You are just like an animal now. Look at you. You." And then he started also pinching me and poking me with electric prod.
Qattiq urib atgandan keyin shu doktorxonaga bordim. Doktorxonaga bordim.
Basqınçılıq doğrusidikini düşendirpəsiniz dedi. Axırı boğan işini.
Axırı boğan işini şu elektroşoklar bilan urib, kaltak bilan urib qildi, og'zim ekeldi.
So it's extremely difficult for me to even describe. I was beaten up severely, and then in the end, again, I was taken to hospital after that experience.
It is difficult for any woman to talk about such degrading and humiliating experience and rape, and I wonder if you could tell us what the impact of talking about this has in your community.
Ayal kişi üçün her qandaq bu bir basqınçılıqqa uçraş ve insan bolmagandek, insan emestek bundaq bir nemege uçraş her qandaq adam üçün intayin bir eğir. Әмді siz muşu özünüzdeki, beşinizden keçirgen bu muşu basqınçılık degen muş taraptaki boğan işlerini özünüzdeki community, yani özünüzdeki milletinizin arasında sözleş, qandaq bir nemede bolsa şunu bir düşendirip berəlemsiz.
Düşendirip berəleməm. Ben lagerden çıkıp 20 gün Kazakistan'da ballarım neyinde boldum. Qandaq ana özünün ballarını taşlap başka yer ketidi. 1,5 yıl kömeyen. Şu ben ulanın üzüge qarayamadım. Ulağa muşu guvalık berip keyin qandaq ulanın üzüge qarayman, uruq tuqqalarım üzüge dep. Şimdi ulanı endelemem, ben 20 gün geçe oylandım. Keyin Türkiye'ye berip dedim, meylemdim, meni tuqqalarım, ballarım ağlasın, medyadan ağlasın, meni ağzımdan ağlamasın dep.
It was extremely difficult after arriving in Kazakhstan, after 15 months not seeing my own children. I couldn't look at their face. It was difficult. And I decided to speak up after I left Kazakhstan. And I couldn't tell them my experience. I thought it is better for them to hear from media than direct from me.
Ben hazırgıça yüreğim yaram, ben normal psikolojim bozuldu. Ben hazırgıça normal yaşayamadım. Ben bunu yaram, içimdeki yaram.
I am suffering from this deep pain, which is sustained in my heart inside. I'm not normal. I'm still psychologically, I'm not normal any longer. I'm suffering.
I don't want to add to your suffering. Can you tell us whether there are any other impacts on your health other than this very obvious mental suffering?
Әмді мүші hazır sizinki özünüzü bayam sözləyəndə özünüzün psixolog cəhətdəki normal bolanmağanlığınız və hazırki мүші azaplarınızdan başqa, əmdə sizin yəni texmo bu suallar bilən azaplaşını biz müxalamayımız. Özünüzün başqa yəni salametçilikdə qandaq bir özgürüşlər oldu.
Salametligim bunu Fransa'ya kelganimga yetay bo'ldi. Fransiyada shu yurak kasali bilan qon besimim bor. Hem tuberkuloz ağır.
Madam Interpreter, will you ask if she'd like a break? And if she does, we'll take one.
I suffer from heart problem, high blood pressure, and also I have tuberculosis. I suffer from tuberculosis as well. I've been in France for about 7 months now. I asked whether she needed a break.
Okay.
Yeah. But then no, I can continue. Because I survived the China's camp, the concentration camp, and of course I can bear.
Can you tell me again, the 14-year-olds, the young girls, you said they were treated the same. Were these children also subject to similar experiences? Were children raped, to your knowledge?
Siz bu 14 yaşlıq balalarını heç qanday fərq yox, oxşaş zulmğa uçurdu dediniz. Sizcə, sizin bilişinizcə, şu balalarmı oxşaş basqınçılıqqa uçurdumu?
Onu mən bilməyəm, qızı birinci qətim köygəndə 14 yaş qız. Bək sözləmətdə oturub jığladı.
I don't know. The child who was 14 years old never spoke. She sat there just crying.
So they didn't answer when you asked them whether they were raped?
Siz onlardan sorğan vaxtda ular sizə o doğruluq cavab vermədi.
Yoxda sözləş mümkün emas. Həm də yenimiz otağan mındaq tamğa qarab, o boruna qarab sözləyimiz pis avazda, az pes avazda. Həm də həmisi bilan mındaq da sözləşəməyimiz, yenimiz otağanla bilan sözləşələyimiz.
It's impossible to communicate with everyone. We have to sit facing the glass wall toilet. We could only quietly speak to the girls next to it, so nearby, close by.
Saqçılar dətdi, sizlər diqqət qılınlar gəplərinlərə, sizlərlə menanlarını görələyimiz. Bir menanlarını emas, sizlərlə ki avazınlarını məşə kiçikkinə qarna nimlərini görələyimiz, toçuqlarını. Bir biz köməyimiz sizlərni Beijingdə otağan başqalarını görətdi də daim aşı gəplərini qılatdı.
The police repeatedly warned us that they can see through our brain. They could see through everything, every little dots on our face. He said even in Beijing they can see you. So that was repeatedly, we were repeatedly warned that we must be careful about speaking to one another because we were constantly watched.
Mən özüm Xitayca deməyə düşənməyəndikən əşət qızlar tərcümə qılıb berətdi. Şu avazlarını tərcümə qılan avazlarını aşağı labada anlaplar, jügrəb saqçılar kim sözlədətdi. Qızlar Gülbar dətdi. Mən dedim, həm də mən Xitayca bilmən nim dəvadır dəb tərcümə qılıb bədə desəm sözləməsdən tamda tutdu. Tamda 4 saatlap mən tudum tamda.
Every time when I asked the girls to translate what was told, because I didn't speak Chinese, when the order came through the transmitter, the loudspeaker, so I asked the girls to tell me what it was said, and then after the police would just run, the guard would run and came, ask who was speaking, and everyone said it was me, and many times I was forced to stand facing the wall like 4 hours for just talking to other girls.
Thank you. Yeah. You have been told that the arm of the Chinese state is very long. You have been told that Beijing might see you when you were in the prison. Who do you think could see you there? What did you fear?
Siz bayam dediniz, bizim kollarımız uzun, nəyə basan, biz seni tapa alayımız. Anandan keyin masalan aşağıda o'taganda bu Beijing'dekiler seni körələydi deb şunaq debdi. Sizce bunundan siz qorxdunuzmu? Sizce kim sizni körələydi? Şunu özünüz təxmin qıldınızmı?
Əlbəttə, mən nurgun aşağı Kamerun lagerdə bolğanda oyladım, həm sırtqı çıxıbma. Menanki muşu köyə aşqıgan deb sənlərini mən kötürəməsdim. Meyli dünyanı ağıltıb meni Xitay öltəsin deb qorxmay hazırgacha davatman. Mən əlbəttə Xitaydan qorxmayman.
Yes, when I was there in detention, and also after I left the detention, I knew that they were after me, and the threat is there. But for me, up until today, I've been saying that I don't care if I die, even if they kill me. I want to tell all the disgraceful, inhuman treatment, not just myself, but others as well.
Bir men ölsem milyonlagan aşı lagerda yatgan, beguna yatgan qarindaşlarımni saqlap qalayman deb o'ylayman.
I believe sacrificing my own life might be able to save those millions of my fellow Uyghurs who are locked up in camps.
Thank you. I have no more questions.
I have two very quick questions. When you say Beijing could see you, they spoke Mandarin. What word did they use?
Benim ikili sualım var. Bir sualım sizge muştaq. Beijing'de seni körələydi degan vaqtda siz men Xitaycha bilmayman dediniz. Qandaq sizge bunu anlatdı?
Eşaqtaki qızlar hamdagi bәрін soraymiz nim dedi deb yenimdik o'tagan qizlarning qanaqcha kuniga beka o'tamasdan naqsh o'rganinglar deydi. O'qib 5 Xitoyning marsh naqshlarini o'rganamiz. Shu arliqda qizlar deb berdi tarjima. Yenimda o'tagan Uyg'ur qizlar.
The girls who sat next to me interpreted for me. Every time when we had to, during the day, we were constantly forced to sing those 5 red songs, and during that period, they would explain to me what was said.
Okay, your family was sent a letter on 25th of May 2017, and in that letter they charged you with terrorism. Had you signed a document whilst you were in this camp at that point?
Sizningki ailingizga shu yo'llagan xatda bu 2017 yili 25 may sizni shu terrorga chetilgan degan. Moshuni siz qo'l qo'yib baqdingizmi?
Yo'q, qo'l qo'ymadim. Nim bo'lsa men o'ltasi mayli men o'ltasin. Men uchun meniki tuqqanlar mening bolalarim azob chekmasin dedimda qo'l qo'ymadim.
No, I refused to sign. I thought they could kill me, but I didn't want my children, my relatives suffer as a result.
Thank you very much. I just want to ask you a little bit about the medicines that you took. You were given regular medicines every 10 days or so. Did they look the same, or were there different types?
Siz şu doğru doğruluk dediniz, her bir 10 günde doğru bəgəllik. Bu doğru her bir ağa vaxtınlardı ki, bu doğru oxşaş doğru mu değil? Ya biraz farkı battı mı işken doğrularının?
Yo'q, o'xshash doğruda ham o'zlariniki suvi batı, suyini beradi bir stakanda. Hammamiz bir stakandan ichdik.
All looked the same, and they also gave us a glass of water. We would just take those pills with a glass of water.
Right. And then on one occasion you said you were given 20 pieces of medicine. Did they also all look the same, or were there different types?
Siz bir qitim bana 20 talğıya doğru bədi dəbsiz. bu doğrular hemsi okşaş görünetti mi ya farklılık mıydı?
20 tal dora o ahırkı günü çıkarımız degen günü 3 gün men bana berdi o vitaminlar. Olar okşamaydı. O burunku bergen dorilar okşamaydı.
Those were different. They prescribed me during the time that after I was released. That 3 days I was kept in hospital, and so those were vitamins. It's different from what I took during the detention.
Okay, and you also said you had a drip. What color was the fluid that they were giving you?
Asmakul saldı depsiz. Asmakul, kandak asmakul de onu bilemsiz. Kandak asmeti.
Kimga mağama? Yok, mağa asmakul samıdı, yok. Doktorxanda mı?
Doktorxanda asmakul.
Yok, doktorxanda samıdı bizge 10 kundu bir haftada bir darı beredi, 10 kundu bir meyni kan elip meşek saladı. Hemmemizge.
Ama sizge nime asmakul?
Asmakul samıdı, yok. Başka kızlar saldı mağa yok.
Yeah. No, I never had a drip in hospital anywhere. But once every 10 days, they draw blood, and all of the girls in the cell we had to give blood.
Sorry, it does say she was given vitamins and drips.
Bu bayanatta sizin kemi vitamin, kuvvetlendirdiğin onundaki nime asmakul. Okul saldı depti.
Yok, okul salmadı da darı berdi. Darı.
Hem tercümanlıkta hatalık buluş gerek.
Tercümanda hata buluş gerek, tercümanda.
Possibly lost in translation, but I was never given drip.
Just one more quick question. You said sometimes you were taken to a hospital, and then on one occasion you said prison hospital. Was it the same hospital, or did you have to travel out to another hospital?
Siz şu doktorxanaga apa dediniz. Doktorxan nime türme doktorxanası mı ya doktorxanın sırtıdı mı? Türmenin sırtıdaki doktorxan mı? O hemisi oxşaşma erketin bağa yeriniz.
Yok, oxşamaydı. O yaxtama kamerlar var. Bir qavatlik. O doktorxana keyin qizlar biledik o doktorxanani. Tağının o'ttirsida chatlarda sap turmlar selinib ketgan. 1-chi, 5-chi, 6-chi turmlar hammasi turmaning o'ttirsidagi doktorxona. Bu yoqda normal odam kiramaydi, saplıqda jinoyatchilar. Men asha doktorxonaga dedim, jig'ni sep o'ltagan doktorxona açdıq.
4 yil qıtında şu yerga apağansız.
4 yil qıtım eşedik. Cansu endi.
The hospital where I was taken, located on the top of the mountains and surrounded by other detention centers, including number 5 and other camps. The so-called patients are all prisoners. We're all prisoners. That is the secure prison hospital that no ordinary people can go there.
Thank you.
So all 4 occasions I was there. I was taken there.
Thank you. Were the women forced to undergo abortion in the prison impregnated by rape?
Şu türmede jaryanida ayollar basqınçılık uçrab, qo'zg'ida qilib qilib, uningdikin şu balını tushirayotgan ahvolni bilamsiz, ko'rdingizmi?
Yo'q, undaqlarni ko'mdim, yo'q.
No, I don't know.
Were the various medical examinations that you had to undergo for the purpose of monitoring your health or for some other reason?
Endi har qitimda sizninki tan salomatligingizni tekshirish, har xil o'xshamagan tekshirish qilganda sizcha sizning salomatligingizningki ko'ngil bo'lganligi uchun qildimi yoki boshqa niyat bilan qildimi sizcha?
Yo'q, albatta boshqa niyatlar bilan qildik.
Of course not for my health, it's definitely for other reasons.
Thank you. And last question. What do you think the point of the torture and the sexual violence was? what were the prison guards, the police officers, seeking to achieve? Why did they do this?
Lagerning içindeki ayollarga qarshi bu qadar zo'ravonlik qilish, bosqinchilik qilish, bundaq zulm qilishdagi maqsad nima? Bular zaten nimaga erishmoqchi bular qilish orqali?
Shu Uyg'urlarni yo'qotish, Uyg'urlarga shu genotsid qilyotdi. Qanday savol dedingiz? Unutib qoldim.
Endi bularni qilishdagi ularning maqsadi nima? Yana shunaq bosqinchilik qilib, bu qadar zulm qilib, bundan endi ularni nimaga erishmoqchi bu qadar zulm qilishniki maqsadi nima?
Shu nomusimizni tushirish, ularning maqsadi shu bizniki vujudimizni yo'q qilish.
Is to destroy us, to disgrace and humiliate the Uyghurs. And they are carrying out this genocide against Uyghur people.
Thank you. Can I just revert to the previous question? If the purpose of the medical examination was not to monitor your health, do you have any idea, can you speculate even, why they might have been carrying out these examinations?
And the bayamqi yana sual kelsak, agarda bu tekshirishlar sizning sog'lomligingizni maqsad qilmagan bo'lsa, sizcha o'zingizning o'yingiz bo'yicha, ko'z qarashingizcha bu tekshirishning maqsadi nima?
Bizda 3 oyda bir avtobuslar, nurg'un yangi avtobuslar turadi. Bizni har bir kameradan qancha odam bo'lsa 40 odamni bir avtobusga o'tiriblar, tekshirishga maxsus video deydi, videoga deydigan, shu videoga bir tushiradi. Uningdagi tushirib kelgandan keyin 2-3 kundan keyin bölüşke başladı. Bilmeyim ne sebep.
Well, once every 3 months, buses arrived at the camp, and we were taken to those buses, like 40 women on the same bus, taken to this check-up place. They did ultrasound, we say BCHA, which is the ultrasound, and then we brought back. And soon after that, they would regroup people. I didn't know what was the purpose of doing that.
Thank you. Actually, one more question, if you'll permit me. In your statement, there is evidence of, I believe, a young woman who had a kidney missing, I assume removed. Do you have any more information about that?
Sizningki bayonotыңызda hem bayam degeningizde bir kızınki şu börkünü evetkenlikini köydüm, şeyinimde otagan kızının börkünü evetipti dediniz. Bu doğruluk yani başkaça bir bizge uçur berelemsiz.
Ya ben bilmeyen kirgenlikin o kızının battıke yenimde otadı. 25 yaş kız qarsam kan eqib turdi, mana sülük altını is qo'yibdi. Keyin azken asta kashlarda asta nim bo'ldi desam, shu börügimni oldi dedi. Ashada dejurniy hipokrizlar bor. Ashlar sülük altını qanlar, jiringlar to'shib ketsa, elib o bornoq to'kitib, yana shunal is qo'ydi. Uni men uni so'rashga u yoqda mumkinchilik yo'q.
Yani hozirlikni siz qanday o'zingiz faraz qilasiz deydi. Farazini so'rayapti.
Uni albatta bütün dünya biladi. Hemen bizim yaşakta biladi, organlarını aldı. Organlarını aldı. Hem jignisep, doktor hanım jignisep uxultib öldürüyordu. Ularning organı aldı.
Well, I saw this young lady who was sitting next to me, and I saw the plastic bag hanging. There was blood. They had to come and exchange. The nurse would come and exchange it. And later I asked her at night quietly, what happened to you? And she said, my kidney was removed. Of course, everyone should know, the whole world should know that they are taking organs of the prisoners. I know that the women there are waiting to be inject to death, giving injection to death, and even them, the organs would be removed.
Thank you. One just further question about the young woman whose kidney was missing. Is the witness aware as to whether she had a kidney infection or some other ailment prior to in other words, was the kidney, as far as she knows, healthy before its removal?
Bu müşyenimiz kızık kesek, bu kızınki böğrükünü evetti, böğrükümünü evetti depti. Bu böğrükününki keseldin bir yallıqlanış, birinin boğallıqdan alınğan mı ya başqa məqsəddən alınğan mı? Bunu bu qız bilətti mi, sizge düşəndirbədi mi?
Yox, o yoqda düşəndirbəmədi. O doktorxanda bək nəmə o yoqda Xitayla dejurni bo'lib turdi, Xitayla qarab turdi, shu u yoqda mümkün emas so'zlash.
It's impossible to talk more or they can explain anything because the Chinese always on duty and watching, and no, it wasn't possible.
Okay. Sorry, apologies, Sir Geoffrey, if I may just ask one further question. In regard to your previous response, was it common knowledge? Was it discussed? Were you aware of the practice of forced organ harvesting within the prison system or indeed beforehand?
Әмді şu türmələrin içində sizin bilişinizcə insanlar şu məcburi organ evatqanlığı, yəni o məcburi organların elib sitiyatqanlıq, ətkəsçilik qıvatqanlıq bu doğrusunda özürü bilətdimi o şu türmələrin içində edimlədi?
Bilətdi və lagerlarda sözləşətdik.
Yes, there was discussion happened even in prison. Regarding organ harvesting.
Mən özümdən ki, məni öldürdü, organlarımı aldı deyib, mən kütüb oturattım özümdən könümdə.
I even expected that they might take my organs away and kill me.
Just a further question on that. Could you explain why this fear existed? Where was the information in regard to that concern coming from?
Siz hem de müşü doğruluq yani biraz düşendirib berələmsiz. Qandaq nemi səbəbdən bu işki əzalarımızın evaldı degen bu ənsizçilik boladı, əndəç boladı. Bu uçurlar nədən gələtdi sizlərə ya başqalarına?
U yoqda istizla bir şey xaltı kedirib açıq ketdi, qaytıb kirmagəndə keyin biz əndiş qılatdıq. Yo'qolib ketdi, hamda saq qiz 20-30 yoshli qiz onun nim kerak, şu organlar kerak. Yo'qolib ketdi deganda kelib biz bilatdik ular.
Şu bilgi sizlərə öz anlığa qandaq kelətdi ya öz anlığa pərizinglarmı başqalarına?
Özümüzün həm də sırtdamı aşağıdakı vətəndəki qızlar keyin kirgan qızlardan uçurlarını alatdı.
Well, every time when the girls aged 20-30 years old are taken away and never returned, we had that concern that they were all healthy and suddenly disappeared. And we did have these thoughts about they might have their organs harvested or taken. Yeah.
And insofar as the witness is aware, and I appreciate this may be difficult to know, were the young women who were taken away, had they been subject to medical examination at some prior point?
Muşu qızlarını ketişninki, yo'qolib ketishninki aldıda, aldıda muşu doktor tekshirish muşu ishlar bo'ladimi? Shu demakchi bo'lgani shu doktor tekshirishdan keyin oz kun o'tmasdan yo'qolib ketadimi shunaqa?
Şu doktorga aparatdı, videoga tushiradi, keyin bizni bo'latdi. Yoshlarni ayrim, cho'nglarni ayrim. Shu vaqtda biz bilatdik, hamda videoga tushaganda qizlar bilatdi. Ha, yana bir ishlar bor ekanda dedi.
Well, it happened soon after the medical examination. We were taken for a medical examination and ultrasound. After ultrasound, the girls already know that maybe something is going to happen. So soon after, we were all regrouped, the age group regrouped, and then there were girls disappeared.
And were there any older women who disappeared, or was the predominance of disappeared women younger in the 20 to 30 year age group?
Bu yo'qolib ketganlar asosliq shu yoshlarni 20-30 yoshlik qiyirlarmi bormi?
Yo'q, asosi yoshlar.
Predominantly young women, not elderly.
Thank you, Sir Jeffrey.
This is a related question. You say in your testimony, you spoke earlier about when you were in hospital, there were people wearing orange clothes. How many of those were there? What proportion of the people there had orange clothes? And secondly, you say that a roommate told you that they were sent for sleeping, in quotes, death, in other words. What was the source of her information? How did she know what happened to the people in orange clothes?
Siz bayan shu juz rang kiygan kishi qizlar to'g'risida gap qildingiz va bularninki eng oxirida o'g'il silib o'ltirib o'tadiganligini uqdim dedingiz. Bu uchur sizga qanday keldi? Siz qanday bildingiz bularninki shu ham qancha kishini ko'rdingiz misolga shu nima kiygandan?
Men 2 kishini ko'rdim. Men kirgan vaqtda 1 soatdan keyin men hamda yangi kirgan vaqt doktorxonaga bir qizni yuzima rangni ochiq ketdi. Yanımda bir ay turam deydigan bir qiz o'tirgan, 41 yoshlik. Kechda soat 7larda naqshi o'yindigan bor. Shu naqshini yezib, o'sha o'rgatdi menga. Naqsh etayotgan vaqtda o'sha qiz dedi, siz ko'rdingizmi? Hozir yüz rangini ochiq ketdi dedi. Yo'q, ko'rdim desam, shu qiz dedi, uxlatib o'ltirdi deb. Uxlatib o'ltirdi deb, keyin o'z uxlamamdiki desam, yo'q, hozir atmaydi, o'shda uxlatdi deb, ham 2 odamni ko'rdim.
In total, I saw 2. One was on the day when I was admitted in that hospital. Soon after, they took this orange vest, the girl who was wearing an orange vest, taken out. And the girl who was teaching me the song during the singing session, and she used that opportunity and told me that, did you see that orange vest girl taken out and she is going to be put to sleep? And I thought, can't she sleep, herself? And he said, no, she will be put to sleep forever. So now they don't execute prisoners by shooting through lethal injection.
And what age was the girl who was taken away, a woman who was taken away?
Mushu juz rang nim kiygan qizninki yosh turami qanchalikda, qancha yoshlarda dedi?
40larda bor mumkin. 40 yoshlarda.
I think possibly 40.
40.
Possibly 40.
Can I ask you too about the Kazakh government? Did the Kazakh government make any efforts to get you released before you were finally released? I understand that they were involved in your release. And after you were released, did they show any interest in your case and how you'd been treated as a Kazakh citizen?
Endi siz shu turmada jarayonida Qozaq hukumati, ya'ni sizning hukumatingiz sizni shu turmadan ib chiqish uchun bir tirishchanlik ko'rsatdimi? Bilmem, siz en ahırda kutuldunuz, yani Kazak devletinin garajlarını boğalığınız için. Ama şu jaryanı da siz çıkış için bir tirişçilik gösterdimi? siz chiqqandan keyin yana sizni qo'g'dash uchun bir tirishchanlik ko'rsatdimi?
Mening ismimni Xitoycha yozgandan keyin shifrli nomer bergandan keyin balkim konsulliklar izlagantu, biroq mening ismim u yoqda pasportning nomeri yo'q. Shuning uchun yo'q deb ularni avatgantu deb o'zim o'ylayman. Biroq mushu kelgan xatlar hammasi ministrlar balalarga xat yozgan vaqtda o'sha yozgan xatlari kelgan balalarimga nechada hammasida yozig'liq shu biz izlayapmiz, surishtiryapmiz, bizga undaq odam yo'q deydi. Yana bir haftada yana xat yozsa, o terroristga qatnashgan, shuningga shuningga so'roq tatib etibdi deydigan işte xatlar keldi. Oxirsida endi men Qozog'istonga kelibman. 20 kun uyda bo'lsam, meni Qozog'iston tarafdan birlari kelib so'rab, nima bo'ldi, bir yarım yil nima deb hech kim so'rab uyga kelgan yer yo'q. Albatta men Qozog'iston grajdani bo'lgan kim bek ichimdan
the letters that was written by my after the ministers or the other organizations received letters from my children pleading their help, and they replied that we are looking for her, we are searching for her. I suspect that because they changed my ID completely after I was detained. They gave me the Chinese ID and changed my name. It is possible that they were told that no such named person detained there, and that could be the case. But after I arrived in Kazakhstan, and for 20 days, after missing for over 15 months, no one ever came to ask me about my well-being. And of course, being a Kazakhstan citizen, it hurt me deeply. I feel very disappointed and very sad.
And one brief question. You were talking earlier about the letter of 25th May 2017, which went to your family, setting out the terrorist offences. Who was it who sent that letter? Was it the Department of the Chinese government that sent it?
Yani bayaqı nimaga kelsak, sizningki shu yo'llagan Xitoycha yozgan xat 2017 yılı 5 ayninki 25 kuni yozilgan bu xat. Bu kimdan yo'llangan? Buni shu Xitoy hukumatiningki qaysi bo'limidan yo'llangan?
Men bilmayman, bu xat bilan uyga kelibdi. Balalarga kelibdi. İçimde konvert qilib.
Police Bureau, this is stamped. I don't know.
Right,
it's because
yes,
it is Chinese.
Yeah.
So I just looked at it in Chinese. It's Gonganting, Xinjiang Rewards Gonganting. It's a Xinjiang Uyghur Autonomous Region, the Public Security Bureau.
Public Security Bureau.
Could you share that document? Sorry. Could you share that document with us, please?
Bizga beralamsizmi shuni?
Bu original men kopya berek.
This is the original one. I can give you a copy.
2 or 3. Sorry, have you finished?
No, I was just going to say I finished this.
2 or 3 short questions. When blood was taken from you, did the person taking the blood ever have difficulty in finding a suitable vein in order to take the blood?
I beg your pardon, I didn't hear clearly.
When blood was being taken from you, did the person taking the blood ever have difficulty in finding a suitable vein from which to take it?
Şu sizden her qitim qan ağa vaqtdamış, qan aldığanlar sizden tomurunuzni tapamay qiynalgan vaqtlar boldumi?
Yo'q, ular chapsalalardi, biz bilmem kichkina tushib qo'limizni chiqarib turgan.
No, not really. They were very skilled. We just stretch our arm from that hole, and then they would just take it.
Ben hayran kaldığım ola bir pele bilen 40 adam olsa 40 adamın hemmisini peleğin yaşmette açtaklı anlattı. Birbirimizden bir ağırlıkla jukattı mümkün der biz
o nemeden kolunuzun çıkargan körelettiniz mi?
Yok, kömettik. Kömettik hem de bırak biz men ketsem bırakla kızlı peleğin yeşip onda kımaydı bırakla aladı.
Yeah, what surprised me was that when they took blood from 40 women at the same time, and they never even changed the glove, the disposable glove. They just using the so fast and quick.
Second, did you ever hear of women who were subjected to forced abortion or who were sexually assaulted or raped fighting back?
Aşağı vaxtımızda şu ayarlarınki qosuğudun baldırın düşürgenligini, ananınkin forced abortion and becoming retired.
Sexual assaults and rape.
Onunkin şu yana baskınçılıklar uçurğanlık doğrusunda anladınız mı?
Elbette anladım. Baskınçılık doğrularını anladım. Hem ballarını düşürüp etip şu kan akka vaxta şu darı berdi toxtap kaldı. Hem üçüncü yeni ayallar bir gün boğan ayallar balları nerede bilmem olanın ekiledi. Akaya vaxtı sütleri akka vaxtı olağın darı berdi sütü 2 saatli toxtaydı.
Yes, there were women who were subjected to abortion, aborting their unborn baby, and also rape. As I have mentioned in my statement. And I would like also just add this, there were women who were brought in soon after giving birth, and they had milks was still dripping, and they also were given pills to stop that.
The question was, did any of those women ever fight back physically against what was being done to them?
Siz sual men bayam taz yaxşı anlayamay qaptım. Bula qarşı çıqqanını gördünüzmü şulağa? Muşunda qığanlıq üçün özgü baskınçılıq qığanlığı, ballarını düşürüp etkenligi ve muşunun qarşı qığanlar barmı?
Bir kızını men gördüm, qarşı çıqqan, sizler meni beguna men soldunladım, soldunla degan vaqtda o kızını bek qattiq urdi, urgan vaqtda ikki qo'lini ikki putiga chetib qo'yib, kız ömlep o borno bir ömlep açta qilib jurdi. O kızını daimla açta qarang uylarga solgandan keyin o kız Hürriyet degan 27 yosh qiz aş kızını o'lganini biz ko'rdik.
Yes, one of the women shouted back that I am innocent, and then they fixed her hand and the ankle, so she had to bow in that position. So each time when she went to toilet, she had to crawl like that to go to toilet. Eventually, she was beaten to death. Her name is Hürriyet.
Gulbahar Yalilova, thank you very much for giving evidence at the tribunal today. Your evidence is now finished.
Siz bugün bizge şu bəgən bayanatlarınızdan, suallarımızga bəgən cavablarınızdan intayın məmnun olduk. Sizge köp rəhmət. And tügedi.
Mr. Sabi, could you arrange for documents to which the witness has referred to be made available, checking first as necessary that will not endanger anyone else?
We'll do that.
Thank you. The next witness?
The next witness, Mr. Chairman, is Mr. Nathan Rooser. Dr. Zamit Borda will be questioning the witness.
Thank you. Nathan Rooser is a researcher with the Australian Strategic Policy Institute's International Cyber Policy Centre. His research on the nature, scale and growth of the camps, as determined through satellite imagery, has been featured in many international media outlets. He has also published on the destruction of Uyghur cultural and religious heritage in Xinjiang. In his report, or rather reports, he provides details of the different strands of his research, including analyzing the situation in Xinjiang around tracking the floor space of 30 detention facilities in Xinjiang, analyzing the destruction of Uyghur cultural and religious heritage in Xinjiang, examining and mapping the location of over 380 different suspected detention facilities across Xinjiang that have been constructed or expanded since 2017, and most recently, tracking the changing and declining birth rates in Xinjiang. Nathan Ruser, welcome first and foremost. I understand you have a presentation for us.
Good morning, thank you for having me. Not a presentation, just a quick speech.
Thank you, please
go ahead. Okay, cool. So essentially, yeah, I'm a researcher at the Australian Strategic Policies. I'm at the Australian Strategic Policy Institute in Canberra. And one of the things that we've been trying to do throughout our work in Xinjiang is take a lot of these sort of disparate reports and trying to quantify them. So that's involved in that cultural destruction, in the camp networks especially. We've tried to sort of get an idea of a whole region-wide picture of the situation there through generally open source and satellite means. So this started in 2018 and with a project that was mostly done in sort of our free time. And this was looking at the floor space of about, we actually looked at about 100 camps, but only 30 got published on. And what that showed was there was sort of continuing and in fact accelerating growth for these camps to mid-2018 when we started looking. Then in the last 2 years, yeah, we've focused a lot more on trying to look at it a lot more comprehensively. So our first report was sort of attempting to locate and identify what we believe is the vast majority of the detention facilities across Xinjiang. And I'm sure there'll be questions later on the methodologies there, so I might expand on that later. But we basically were able to locate over 380 different facilities across the country. Across the region. We only looked at facilities that were newly constructed since 2017 or had been expanded since 2017. And so to put that into context, and this isn't a one-to-one comparison, but I think it helps to contextualize these numbers. Those camps that we found represent one new detention facility for every 37,000 indigenous people in Xinjiang, so Uyghurs, Kazakh, Kyrgyz, a bunch of those other indigenous nationalities. And by comparison, in New York, there are about 2,080,000 Black Americans. So applying that ratio to New York City, would see more than 55 detention and prison camps built just for Black Americans, just in New York City, just since 2015. Over 55, so it's a huge number. And one of the other things that we tried to do in this report was develop a typology of these facilities. So we sort of noticed distinct architectural trends within them, and so we split them into 4 different facilities, from 1, the least secure, to 4, the most secure, and what appear to be prison-like facilities. What we also, and journalists and observers have only ever been taken to the lowest security facilities, and until 2019, when these facilities began to sort of desecuritize and decommission in some cases, they were only taken to a very small number of those lower security facilities. So it can be very clear that sort of the access that international observers, diplomats and journalists have had to Xinjiang is only in this very small part of the detention regime more generally. In 2019, we noticed that a number of those lower security facilities begun to be desecuritized and in some cases decommissioned. But we also noticed that a number of high security facilities were showing signs of construction and expansion. And this corroborates reports from victims and other sources that a lot of the detainees in those lower security re-education facilities were either being released, generally into sort of some form of like village or neighborhood detention, or into coerced labor conditions. But those ones that sort of weren't being released from those facilities were being sentenced to higher security prison camps. And so these are the ones with like very high walls and watchtowers around the whole edge. What we were able to also find was some very clear notes between sort of the camp to forced labour pipeline. And that's actually been shown recently by some journalists quite well, with sort of Nathan Vandercliffe, I think his name is a Canadian journalist. And recently he went to Lop County in Khotan and sort of found that directly adjacent to one of our detention centres, there was a large factory complex. And in fact, the factory complex stretched about 5 kilometres beyond the edge of the detention centre. And along that whole sort of perimeter, there was high barbed wire fencing with CCTV cameras every couple of 100 metres. Beyond that, I think what's important to note about this carceral regime is because there is such a large number of facilities, and we've heard from a lot of victims that very minor things can end up with you being detained. I think there needs to be a broader understanding of how this sort of background of detention props up the entire coercive system of government in Xinjiang, where sort of any slight against the government or any sort of statement that could be perceived as against the government authorities could result in your detention. Because of that, there's sort of, in my opinion, there's not really such thing as consent in Xinjiang anymore, whether it is within or outside of the camps, because sort of if you say no, then that is reason for you to be detained in these camps. And we've heard sort of the conditions and how horrific a lot of those conditions are. We also looked more distinctly at cultural destruction and the idea of cultural genocide. So for our methods there, we looked at about 1,000 different cultural sites that we found through a mix of point of interest databases, old heritage journals that had been published in Xinjiang, and also sort of this random stratified search method that looked at sort of every county in Xinjiang and tried to find mosques and religious sites in it. And what we found was about a third of the mosques had been demolished, about a third of the mosques had been damaged, generally sort of through this rectification campaign where the authorities had removed the minarets and the minarets and the present from the mosques. And these were similar results these are similar rates of destruction and damage that we found in other sacred sites like mazars, tombs, graves, and cemeteries. And this was relatively uniform across Xinjiang. There were some areas with less destruction, namely Urumqi and Kashgar City, and we suspect those were sort of lower rates of demolition because they're sort of in many cases they've been sort of Disneyfied and theme parkified into this tourist city. But what we did find actually quite interesting was that the destruction of cemeteries seemed to be quite a local matter. So, for example, we estimate that between 400 and 500 cemeteries in Aksu Prefecture, which were about 40%, which were over 50% of the ones that we looked at, had been demolished. And similar, there are many counties in Khotan where the vast majority of cemeteries had been demolished. But there are other areas of Xinjiang, such as Kashgar, where that didn't seem to be taking place so much. So one example I want to talk about specifically on that cultural genocide front is that of Ordam Mazar, which is this 1,000-year-old sacred site sort of between, in the desert outside of Kashgar. It's about 20 kilometers from the nearest cultivated area. And sort of that's always been the site of a large pilgrimage in Xinjiang. And in 2002 or 1999, in that early 2000s era, the site was closed. And sort of people were just sneaking in at night to do that pilgrimage. But we found that the entire facility, the entire sort of community, the mazar itself and the village that was surrounding it was entirely demolished in December 2017. So every single building in that sort of area had been razed. And this is sort of that necessitated sort of taking bulldozers through 20 kilometers of sand dunes and such to conduct that demolition. What we also found was that was about the same time that a prominent anthropologist in Xinjiang, Rahil Dawood, she was also detained in December 2017. And a lot of her body of work had been studying that shrine and other pilgrimages in Xinjiang. Another interesting thing that we found was that throughout northern Xinjiang, in the period from sort of 2012 to 2015, a lot of mosques had actually been sort of revitalized. They'd been reconstructed with a lot more prominent Islamic architecture, and that I can't speculate as to why that was, but it was a trend that we definitely saw throughout the northern part of Xinjiang. And then 2 years later, in 2017, you sort of started seeing that reversed, and you started seeing mosques that just got rebuilt 2 years ago being demolished or being sort of having a lot of those renovations removed. And so I think in a good way that sums up some of those, I guess, attitudes towards Uyghur culture and traditions is a speech from the Deputy Secretary of Aksu Prefecture, Madan Mugai, and they called on government departments to waste no time in guiding the masses to change their customs and abandon closed, backwards, conservative and ignorant customs. So that was their defense for the reason that they demolished a lot of those cemeteries. And sort of that shows that sort of, it gets referred to a lot in Chinese documents, that sort of human quality element that sometimes has this racial tinge to it, sometimes it doesn't. The final report I'd like to briefly talk about in the statement is our birth rates report. And basically what we found was, what was widely known was that the birth rate in Xinjiang had declined precipitously since 2017, specifically since 2018, because these policies started taking place in May and June 2017. So they started affecting the birth rate in 2018. But what we found was throughout Xinjiang, there was about a half decline. So about the birth rate had effectively halved in 2 years. I think it was 48.75%. I'd have to check that number. But it was something around that. And what we also found was that decline had almost exclusively been occurring in Uyghur areas, in areas where there was sort of high indigenous percentage of the population. So, for example, when we just looked at the indigenous majority counties, we saw this really sharp decline in birth rates. So, for example, comparing the 2018 birth rate, which is the last year that full data was released, there are about 160,000 fewer children born in Uyghur majority and indigenous majority counties than would be expected based on sort of an average birth rate baseline from prior to the crackdown. Whereas in Han majority counties in Xinjiang, of which there are quite a few, the birth rate had stayed pretty much stable. In fact, there were about 3,000 more children born than what you'd expect. So what we sort of showed is across Xinjiang, not only are you seeing this sort of unprecedented decline in the birth rate, and from all of our research, we were unable to find a similar decline in such a quick period in any part of the world since 1950. So it should be noted that, like a lot of places that have experienced genocide, don't keep good birth rate statistics. But we did find some good stuff from the Khmer Rouge, where the Cambodian government had done surveys after the genocide to sort of work out this demographic effect. And we found that throughout the Khmer Rouge, the birth rate declined by about 30% among this cohort of, I think it was women that were aged in their 20s at the time of the genocide. So you've seen sort of the birth rate decline in Xinjiang being a much greater rate than what you saw in Cambodia during the Khmer Rouge. But not only is this decline sort of unprecedented and like precipitously steep, but it also is disproportionately affecting heavy indigenous communities in Xinjiang. We found evidence of government directives specifically saying these Uyghur-heavy 4 southern prefectures of Xinjiang, these are targeted with specific birth reduction campaigns. And we also found, sorry, I lost my train of thought. But yeah, we found that there was this incredible decline almost exclusively in Uyghur areas. And this birth rate decline had continued into 2019, where we were able to construct partial data from about a bit more than half, 50 to 60% of the counties in Xinjiang. And we found that this actually had very dramatically increased the decline in birth rate. So what you saw was sort of a period of about 20 years from 1990 to 2015, where the birth rate in Xinjiang remained quite stable at about 125% of what China's national birth rate average is. Then in the last 2 years, it's dropped precipitously to about 70 to 80% of what China's national birth rate is. And then this sort of goes counter to what we've seen the Chinese government authorities attempt to do in recent months and recent weeks even across the rest of China, which is encourage births, encourage Chinese women to have more children. And we've seen sort of very targeted policies across China to sort of pursue that goal in it's honestly been the last few years that it's been mentioned, but only the last few months that policy has really taken place. But in Xinjiang, we're seeing very, very deliberate efforts to sort of systematically lower the birth rate, especially and disproportionately affecting areas that are heavily Uyghur and heavily indigenous.
Thank you, Mr. Ruza. My questions are going to revolve mainly around the two reports, one on the detention system and the other on the report you just mentioned around birth rates and family deplanning. So starting with your work on documenting Xinjiang's detention system, where, as you told us, you have analyzed satellite data for over 380 different suspected detention facilities. In that report, you go on to state as follows. The available evidence suggests that many of the detainees in Xinjiang's re-education network are now being formally charged and locked up in higher security facilities. And my first question is just one about verification. How are you able to say that or to know that?
So from our perspective, we got that information from examining the satellite evidence, especially seeing these higher security, these generally sort of formal prisons or pre-trial detention sites actually expanding and constructing and sort of building more buildings in the region. But that was I don't think that is enough to prove what we were seeing on its own, but that also corroborated evidence that we were hearing from a lot of victims and victims' families that sort of their relatives who were detained were sort of going from this re-education center and this political indoctrination center and formally being sentenced to prison sentences. And that was a thing that sort of especially picked up in 2019, but has continued still. So I think it would be fair to say that at least my assessment is at the moment, the detention facilities are not at their greatest capacity, because I believe that a lot of people in the lower security facilities have been sort of released into those forced labor streams or sort of location control. But yeah, we definitely sort of, my understanding is that it seems likely that the rate of formal detention and prison sentences is increasing, and that's based on satellite imagery, but also victim testimony, and I think there has been some indication of it in official records, but I don't know that too well myself.
Okay, thank you. Because that then raises the question of what's the point, isn't it? So what's the point of re-educating students if they then end up in a high security facility?
Well, that would be just speculation from my part, but I would expect that, and it's definitely not all of the lower security people that did get sentenced to formal prison sentences. A lot of them were released into those labor streams or generally neighborhood or village detention. So I would suspect that it would be sort of the ones that showed adequate progress in those generally 18 months to 2 years of political re-education were released, and those that showed sort of insignificant or unsatisfactory progress in what China was attempting to teach them and indoctrinate them in were then sentenced to prison. That would be my guess, but that's pure speculation.
Thanks for that. Okay, so let us speak about those who showed progress and were released. With so many re-education camps in Xinjiang, given that they began operating since around 2017, I would say you would expect to see today a proportion of newly graduated and highly educated Uyghur students in Xinjiang. And with the documents that you have come across, do you know whether this is the case?
Well, highly educated probably isn't the correct word. A lot of this is political education and indoctrination, but also vocational training. So you've seen stuff like people that were previously highly educated, such as school teachers or nurses or doctors, being trained in vocational training, such as garment, factory, produce and stuff. And we certainly have seen a lot of people that appear to sort of be introduced into these government organised labour programs that are coming from what used to be detention sites. And we know that in part because of Chinese state media, so it's not the most sort of reliable source, but in here there's no reason for me personally to doubt that those people that they're showing are actually genuine graduates as they call them, from these centres. And yeah, also the fact that a lot of sort of victims, families in the diaspora have sort of started reporting that some family members have been released. So yeah, that's my understanding of that.
Thanks for that. My next brief set of questions now relate to your other report on family deplanning, as it's called. So in your research on that matter and the changing birth rates in Xinjiang, you find that beginning April 2017, the Chinese Communist Party launched what you call a series of strike hard campaigns against illegal births in Xinjiang, with the explicit aim to decrease the birth rate in southern Xinjiang. You go on to say, however, that this policy is in stark contrast with the loosening of birth control restrictions elsewhere in China. So, first and foremost, would it be fair to say, therefore, that the PRC are specifically targeting Uyghur, Kazakhs, and other minorities in southern Xinjiang for this reduction in birth rates?
So that's a question that sort of we were seeking to answer, and it's increasingly difficult to answer that because less and less statistics are being released by the Chinese government. So prior to 2017, their sort of official statistical communique, the Xinjiang Statistical Yearbook, had tables of birth rates for each county, and it split that birth rate into the actual birth rate and the birth rate among ethnic minority, the Minzu people populations in the county. So you could very clearly see the difference between the overall birth rate and the generally Uyghur birth rate. Since 2017, that data has stopped being published, and they only provided the overall birth rate. And so that is why we sort of use this geographic perspective, because across the counties in Xinjiang, they range from about 4% indigenous to 99.5% indigenous. So by looking at the birth rate decline across that gradient of increasing indigenous populations, we then could sort of infer, sort of how that policy was affecting the birth rate of Uyghur people and other indigenous nationalities in Xinjiang. And yeah, so what we found was a very clear correlation that the more indigenous an area was, the further the birth rate had fallen since the crackdown, specifically since April 2017.
Thanks for that. And would you be able to tell from the documents you've come across whether such a policy would have been planned at the local, regional, or national level?
So it seems to be quite uniform. A lot of these policies are quite are not public. A lot of these directives. What we found referenced in a lot of family planning documents was specific reference to a Xinjiang-wide directive talking about the lowering of birth rate in 4 specific prefectures that were Uyghur majority. So that is Kyzyl, Kashgar, Khotan, and Aksu. Those 4 counties, which are predominantly Uyghur, we did find reference to Xinjiang-level directives trying to target a lower birth rate in those areas. But it should be noted that the birth rate did get lower quite uniformly outside of those 4 prefectures too.
Thank you. I've just got 2 further...
Majority areas, sorry, not overall. The Han Han counties showed a much lower rate of decline.
Thanks for that clarification. I've just got two further brief questions, if I may. The first is, you referred to it this morning here in the UK. You said that the birth rate decline in Xinjiang is unprecedented and precipitously steep. However, in your report, you suggest that this is aimed at reducing the population in Xinjiang. You never really used the term destroying that population. Is that correct?
Yes. So I think it's really difficult to sort of draw those implications just out of these statistics. And so we've generally been quite cautious in that. I think what this report shows, and especially the sort of disproportionate way in which Uyghur families are being affected, is that there is definitely sort of systematic campaigns to reduce the birth rate. And what it appears to be is that the birth rate in most of these areas now is below sort of what is necessary for their population to stay stable. And I think if you look at the 2018 and 2019 population figures, the birth rate for the overall population of Uyghurs has actually declined slightly. But it's there. I don't think personally I'm qualified based on the statistics research that we did to say whether there is intent there to destroy, or whether it is just to sort of politically control and limit the influence and reduce the population.
Thank you for that. And my final question is, you then go on to say, however, that the birth reduction, coercive birth control policies in Xinjiang should not be seen in isolation, but should also be seen in connection with other policies in the region, such as state-sponsored migration and other forms of population control. And you state that these policies aim to reduce the size of the Uyghurs and other indigenous populations and to dilute their social and political influence. And I'm not sure whether you're able or have the data to answer this, but or your own views. My final question is, and what's the overall final aim of that? Why is the government trying to reduce the Uyghur population and dilute its social and political influence?
So again, this is my personal belief, and I don't think we have the statistics to back this up. But my understanding is that I think the authorities in Xinjiang and the authorities in China more generally see Uyghurs specifically as a threat to the state. That ethnicity they see as a threat to the state. So they are taking measures to sort of, in one way, dilute them physically as far as what percentage of the population there are, and you've seen that through that birth rate decline, but also attempt to the remaining Uyghurs, because there doesn't appear to be a campaign of mass death as part of this crackdown. Sort of literally just outlaw a lot of aspects of Uyghur culture and Uyghur history. And we've seen that through the physical destruction of mosques, but we've also seen that through this detention regime backbone that sort of means that for long periods, if you were seen wearing a beard, you were liable to be thrown in a detention camp. So I think there is this sort of these parallel efforts to physically reduce the number of Uyghurs through birth control policies and birth rate reductions, but also to sort of make Uyghurs that remain less Uyghur and sort of forcibly assimilate them into the Han polity that sort of exists in Xinjiang.
Thank you, Mr. Ruse. Chair, over to you. Thank you.
You refer in the report on birth rates to scholar officials, and I think you mentioned three of them in particular, to all social scientists. And in the cultural destruction report, you mention a researcher at a CCP school, and also a public intellectual. And I wonder if you could tell us what the relationship in China is between academics and the government or other state authorities or party authorities.
So that's not my specific area of expertise, so you'd probably be better directing that question to someone more specifically an expert on that. But what I would say is that in a lot of these cases, the official government documents are not available to us, and we've sort of seen through some leaks how, in a way, explosive they are. But a lot of those sort of guiding philosophies do filter down to sort of publicly accessible, generally in party journals, or the party journal of a university, where there is this sort of nexus between the scholarship and the official party membership of people. So I wouldn't be able to speak to how sort of strictly controlled those publications are, but I would say that if you were sort of a senior member and a senior lecturer at a party school, specifically what you write would be very much in line with what the government authorities have suggested and have sort of put forward.
And would you refer to things they've said which support government policies, which may either might be read as belittling to Uyghurs in their description of them, or describe what once might have been called a sort of civilizing mission in terms of female emancipation, for example, as an objective of the policies. So would you say that that is a role that those academics or scholar officials are playing, a sort of ideological role justifying the policies?
I think in many ways those publications can sort of be seen as a window into these decision-making processes, and how sort of direct those relationships are isn't something that we can know without seeing the document, sort of the internal discussions themselves. But I certainly would sort of accept your characterization of a lot of these arguments as being quite, in many ways, belittling, and in many ways sort of suggesting that Uyghur culture and Uyghur people are lesser to the Han culture in the region. And I would suggest that that does play quite a role in the sort of formation and dissemination of these policies. But to what extent, it's hard to tell.
Of course, I'm just going on the people that you've quoted in your reports rather than any wider view. On the birth rates, you use the Chinese government's own publicly available statistics and also county-level implementation documents. Could you tell us a bit more which government bodies produce those documents?
So we mainly looked at the Xinjiang Statistical Yearbook, which is sort of an annual publication by, I think it's a specific statistical bureau in Xinjiang that collates a lot of these statistics, not just on demographic, but also on all of the economic and sort of livelihood variable indicators. Indicators is the word I'm looking for. But then, as we noted, in the final year in which they were published was 2018. So to seek sort of more recent figures, we turned to, in most cases, it was statistical communiques published on the official county website, but in some cases it was family planning departments and bureaus' implementation and target policies. It should be noted, I think there are only 3 occasions where we used a target figure, and that target figure should be seen as a ceiling, where the birth rate is in no way higher than that, but there is a chance that the actual birth rate is lower than that. But yeah, so most of it, the way that it generally works is that there is the sort of family planning department within the health bureau of a local government area. They send their statistics to regional bodies to compile them into these sort of annual statistical communiques. But in some cases, it comes straight from the county government rather than the regional government.
The documents you've seen from family planning units, are you able to tell from those under which authority, which part of, are they under health or other structures within the government?
I believe they're under health, but I would have to check to be certain, but I believe they're under health.
Now, you've talked about how the policies disproportionately affect areas with large indigenous population, and that's discriminatory. But you also mentioned that there were exceptionally high birth rates in some counties, especially in the south, and an increase, I think, in the period shortly before the decline. Is it arguable that what the 2017 regulations say that the policy is about is what is happening, which is that it is an attempt to make the birth rates the same across populations, just to bring them to allow Uyghurs to have the same number of children as are allowed if you're Han Chinese. So not discriminatory, more of an equalizing policy.
Yes, so I think the way to characterize the birth rates before was that there were specific years with exceptionally high figures, and these are generally 2014 I think was the year with the highest figure, and that's the following year is when a lot of these sort of the precursors to these policies came into play. What I would note is that when you look at just the birth rate now compared to the ethnic makeup of a region, there is a slight lowering of the birth rate is slightly lower in Uyghur areas now than Han areas, though it's not necessarily statistically significant, but it is certainly lower. What I would say is that these policies should be seen in sort of the context of the wider government push to raise the birth rates nationally. And birth rate, there's often been sort of attempts to raise the Han birth rate in Xinjiang, which has traditionally been quite unsuccessful in the past. But the fact that there have been attempts to raise the Han birth rate, and now there are attempts to sort of lower the Uyghur birth rate, at least in Uyghur areas, I think that sort of shows, or at least starts going to demonstrate the sort of ideological policy, the ideological backing behind this policy. And sort of you've seen documents from the Chinese central bank sort of talking about the low birth rate as a national emergency, that there's no way that China can continue to prosper if the birth rate remains this low. And as a result of that, nationally, China's started to implement a lot of policies to raise the birth rate. And I think that direct contrast is what sort of shows that these aren't just policies to sort of equal the playing field, I guess, between Han communities and Uyghur communities. And it should be noted that traditionally Xinjiang actually hasn't had that much higher of a birth rate, although the statistics were less, I think the statistics were less well kept before the crackdown. The Xinjiang birth rate had for about 20-25 years remained at about 125% the national birth rate, whereas we've seen a much more significant drop since then. But yeah, I think when you put it into context of the wider attempts to raise the birth rate and make sure that people have more children, the target birth rates that you're seeing in Uyghur communities right now is sort of unprecedentedly low and a lot lower than the replacement rate. So I think there was one county that had their 2020 birth rate target at 4 people per 1,000, which is like, for comparison, Japan and Korea, which have sort of very public national emergencies about demographics, have their birth rate at between 6 and 7.
You mentioned there was an increase in the budget for family planning in the region. Would you know who sets that budget?
Unfortunately, I don't. Sorry. That part of the report wasn't a part that I was mainly working on. So yeah, I don't know that. Sorry.
So just turning to the cultural destruction report, you mentioned earlier on Article 4 of China's constitution about preservation of cultural heritage. Article 36 of the Constitution, protection of freedom of religious belief. So would you say that the cultural destruction that you are evidencing in your report is in breach of China's constitution?
Yes, it certainly appears that, and we documented that when you looked at the formal protections given to a heritage site. Sort of when you look at the heritage register for Xinjiang, there's sites that are listed but not protected under the county heritage register. There are sites that are protected under the county heritage register. Then there are sites that are protected under the prefectural heritage register, and then there are sites that are protected under the regional and then national heritage register. So there's a lot of different levels of protection granted. And what we found was there were still high numbers even in the most significantly protected regions of in the sites of destruction, but there was sort of a slight downtick. So the less protected sites were being demolished at a slightly higher rate, but there was still definitely demolition occurring in the nationally protected sites. Another thing, I think there's a mosque in Kargalik, I believe it is, that we looked at in the report specifically, and this is one that is afforded a very high level of heritage protection. And sort of what we found was they demolished the gatehouse of the mosque that had been constructed in, I think, the 17th or the 18th century, and they'd replaced it with a sort of reconstructed, miniaturized version of it. We've actually seen since then that they've demolished that miniaturized version of it and reconstructed it in a side alley so it can't be seen from the public area or the public square that it used to sort of dominate. I think that in a way shows that they sort of are at least aware of those protections, and I think this shows the example of this is a site that was highly protected. They realized there would be a lot of bureaucratic work in demolishing it, though we have seen highly protected sites be demolished, and so instead they tore it down and reconstructed it, so at least they could say, no, this site is still here.
I think you say somewhere in the report that 17.4% of sites protected under Chinese law have been destroyed. Protected under Chinese law, is that being on the various registers that you've mentioned?
Yes. I'd have to check the actual report. I think we have like a donut chart that shows the different levels of protection and the rates of demolition there in the report, but I can't remember what those statistics are off the top of my head. But yes, I think that is how we would characterize what we mean by like legally protected under Chinese law.
And then later on in the report, you refer to a revised set of government regulations monitoring religion in 2017, and subsuming the state body managing religious affairs into the CCP's United Front Work Department in 2018. Could you tell us what the United Front Work Department is, what its function is?
I probably wouldn't be the best person to address that as well, but the United Front Work Department generally is this sort of body that sort of pushes that sort of seeks to promote that Chinese narrative, and there's sort of a central policy in which all government bodies sort of follow as well. I think it's a way to sort of communicate and coordinate that message across government bodies and sort of push it out into the rest of the world. But there would be people much better qualified to speak on the United Front than me.
Okay. The researcher I mentioned earlier at the CCP school, who you refer to, who's at a CCP school in one of the northern prefectures, she recommends that there should be one mosque only for each administrative unit. What would she mean by an administrative unit?
That's a good question, and it wasn't specified in the source document, so we don't know. Generally, the administrative structure of locations in Xinjiang is split between the region-wide, which is the admin level 1, the prefectural, which is the admin level 2, the county, which is the admin level 3, the township, which is the admin level 4, and then specific village communities, which is the admin level 5. And so I would suspect that it is either the number 4 or 5, the township or the village level. Based on what we've seen, I would suspect it's the township, but the source document doesn't specify.
And on the reports on the detention centres, I think one of your sources was public construction and service tenders. Who was issuing those tenders?
So that was always a government body. It was generally either the Department of Education or the Department of Justice that would sort of put out specific tenders, public tenders for public companies to sort of bid to be the people that construct this. And that was how we sort of knew about a lot of these earlier mechanisms of the detention regime, and sort of there were people such as Sean Zhang and some journalists did a lot of really exemplary work in seeking those tender documents and sharing them. And since then, those have mostly disappeared as a source of finding camps. But in 2018 especially, that was sort of the only source before we got an idea of what these camps actually looked like.
Right. So that's another source of information that has become more difficult to access. And of course, you've mentioned on the birth rates that the change in the way the statistical evidence, the statistics are presented, makes it more difficult for you to analyse. And you've suggested on the cultural destruction side that leaving in place more of the religious and cultural sites in Urumqi and Kashgar is because those places are visible to outsiders. So so across all those different areas of research that you're doing, are you saying that you suspect that there's a systematic attempt now in response to researchers' work and journalists' work to deliberately ensure that it's harder to get hold of the evidence that you need?
Yeah, absolutely. There's no question of that. We've seen sort of sources deleted within days of us managing to archive them. We've found a lot of sources where we can only archive a cache version of the site because the live version has disappeared. In the past few days, there seems to be very active methods to delete evidence and documents from the internet, yes. And in fact, with the cultural destruction side, a lot of what we used was scanned versions of old books because that information isn't sort of online anywhere, or at least not anymore.
Thank you very much. I have no further questions.
So I have a couple of questions on the same point, if I could follow this through with you. I just want to talk about the demolitions, not the desecrations. The demolition of the mosques, the burial sites, and the shrines and other heritage sites. You say that they're mostly located in Akshu and Hotan prefectures, and these are around the border of that region, which adjoins Kyrgyzstan, Tajikistan, and then going further westwards into Afghanistan. In your report, I don't see any roads or these arterial roads which connect inland China to exterior areas, including this region. I just did a quick Google search, and there's some prominent roads here, one being the G315, which goes southwards, another being the G314, which goes northwards, and they join. So I know it's hard to get access to plans for the future from the country. You say these areas of destruction are left vacant, but from their distribution, can you begin to see a pattern emerge which points to future developments? And we all know about the BRI and the peculiarity where you say certain cities are outliers like Kashgar and Urumqi don't really matter if you bring in that logic, because the intention here is to develop. And the fact that Muslim-dominated countries haven't spoken out against something which might be seen as sacrilegious, for instance, destroying a mosque or even burial sites. Is there something that you point to corroborating such a hypothesis?
So a quick clarification: when we referred to Aksu and counties in Khotan, that was specifically on cemetery demolition. We saw, except for Urumqi, which had a very low number of mosques to start with, I think it had about 160 registered mosques in Urumqi city compared to something like 21,000 across Xinjiang. We saw, lower rates of demolition in, specifically Urumqi, and then to a lesser extent, Kashgar city. What I would add is, other than that, there was pretty uniform demolition of mosques and shrines across the region. What we would say is that we were only able to look at the evidence from a satellite perspective. So we were able to see when a structure was physically demolished, or when there were significant changes to the structure. From what I've heard from people that have visited the region, a large number of the mosques that remain standing are sort of locked shut and pretty derelict inside. I know there's been some people that have been able to sort of push their phone up against the crack in the door and see through, and it's pretty derelict and desecrated inside. So our statistics don't take into account those mosques, and that appears to especially be the case in Kashgar city, where a lot of the mosques in the old city appear to be sort of closed and locked shut, even though they haven't been physically demolished. I don't think there's a way in which we can sort of really tie these demolitions to examples of future development. What I would say is that when we did the satellite research to the best quality satellite imagery that was available in recent times, I think it was something like 90% plus of the mosques that had been demolished had not been developed on since, and had remained vacant land, which you mentioned. But I think that goes to show that this isn't a campaign to sort of revitalize a city, but it is just to demolish areas. And we've seen that sort of similarly in Uyghur traditional houses, where in most counties, in fact, a large proportion of the traditional houses have been demolished and left vacant land. But in some counties that goes up to probably about more than half of the traditional Uyghur housing, such as Karglik is actually a county where that's happened very strongly. So is Manas County to the east of Urumqi. So I think there in most cases seems to be very little attempt to sort of develop these sites that have been demolished since.
And there's no pattern emerging in terms of their location. For instance, the 20 kilometers of desert that was raised that had the ancient site and settlement.
Yeah, so it does appear to be quite uniform except for those two cities. And yeah, Ordam Mazar, I think, is just a notable case, not so much because of its location, beyond the fact that it shows how much effort was required to demolish it. It would be like incredibly easy to just close the roads to it, and that's what they've been doing for more than a decade now. They've closed the site, and I think there were like 30 people that still remained in the village adjacent to the sacred site. But instead of just closing that, they went to the effort of taking bulldozers through all of that sort of sand dunes for 20 kilometers to explicitly raise the entire site that it was about 1,000 years old.
So we come back to the question of why would they invest so much time, energy and money destroying so many buildings and sites?
I suspect, because, I mean, again, this is speculation, but I suspect it comes back to that seeing Uyghur culture as inherently uncompatible with the Chinese Communist Party rule. So any expression of this Uyghur culture and this Uyghur history is itself seen as a threat, and that's why they've sort of neutralized that threat by demolishing mosques, or neutralized that perceived threat, I should say. But again, that is speculation, so...
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
From your understanding of the political power structures within the PRC, is it possible, in your opinion, that the policies being prescribed and executed by the PRC, such as the destruction of religious sites and places of Uyghur culture, could occur without the direction or the knowledge of the most senior people within the PRC or the CCP?
So I would more generally link this crackdown to the appointment of Chen Quanguo as the party secretary of Xinjiang Uyghur Autonomous Region in 2016. And I feel my understanding is that this crackdown more generally is very much he's the architect of it. But I would also add that this couldn't happen, and we've seen sort of from how invested the central government is in the narratives around Xinjiang and how much sort of events and issues in Xinjiang is a national priority and a national secret, and the fact that the Xinjiang aid policy, I think, is a good example of that national incorporation into regional policy. I don't think any of these could happen without the knowledge and the permission, I guess, of even Xi Jinping.
Thank you. And one last question from me anyway. In your travels through the data promulgated by the authorities, either at government or provincial or even at town level, is there a formal structure to that? Is there one database essentially, or is it a myriad of different structures and places?
It is very much a myriad, and there's a big sort of complicated differentiation between party organs and government authorities, and that it is extremely complicated. I believe that we will try to sort of have a product soon that tries to demystify some of that, but that's not what I'm working on. So I just find it quite confusing myself, but there is definitely a big number of government bodies, government authorities, party organs that all have a different role in this administration of Xinjiang, and it's quite convoluted and quite complex, yes.
Forgive me, Chairman. So in which case, is it something you're specifically working on in regard to creation of what I might loosely call an organogram of these different sites that are hosting this data?
Not so much on the sites, but on the government authorities specifically. Not me personally, but that is work that is being undertaken.
Would you be able to point us to whoever is doing that work at some stage, please?
Yes, yes.
Sorry, this is probably a question that's both simple and naive. Could you say a bit more about the satellite technology that underlines the tracking of the destruction of sites, and particularly its reliability going back historically when you compare original situations to what is happening or has happened more recently?
Yeah, so the sort of differences in satellite coverage is not so much an issue, but it does cause problems, especially in North Xinjiang, where there is a lot less systematic satellite coverage. What we would say is, I think for pretty much the entirety of Xinjiang, we were able to get very high resolution imagery from at least one point between 2012 and 2015, and then since then, and that's sort of what we did the basis of this change analysis on, looking at it from whatever point was available. What we were also able to find was that since the crackdown in Xinjiang began, there's been a very comprehensive effort to take satellite imagery of the region. Because I think there is this understanding that satellite imagery is one of the most unambiguous ways to get access to areas. And so what that has translated to in a lot of regions is imagery every sort of week, and even sometimes multiple times within a week. This isn't for the whole Xinjiang, but for certain areas there is that regular revisit time. And also graciously, Google Earth has decided to acquire a lot of that satellite imagery, so that's available to anyone beyond just the traditional paywall behind the commercial imagery sources generally. So what we were able to do for most cases was to work out sort of the month that this demolition happened by sort of being able to look at a, let's just say, an August 2018 image, and then say an October or 2018 image, and we could see that the demolition occurred sometime within that window. What we also found was actually there was very sort of strong coherence between the times of demolition of mosques within a city or within a county. And we found that in lots of cases, all the mosques in this region had been either demolished or rectified with their minarets taken off and their domes removed at pretty much the same week or the same month. So we were able to sort of, there is definitely areas where that coverage is a lot less good, and in many cases where it's honestly inadequate to do proper, fully comprehensive looks at this, and that's mostly in North Xinjiang, but generally it's quite good, especially since the crackdown.
For how many years has the Centre been preparing reports on these various subjects?
So our first report on Xinjiang was actually sort of just an unfunded project that we sort of took to do in our own spare time in mid to late 2018. So that was when we first looked at it, and then following that, we've sort of started trying to look at it more systematically within the sort of concept of these themes.
And how many reports, roughly, have been made public before the present one that we're looking at?
So all of our reports have been made public. So we don't have private reports, but
so roughly,
this is my
roughly how many reports?
Yeah, this is my fourth one. A lot of colleagues have done ones as well, so I think it would be sort of pushing between 7 and 10.
And do you make the step of posting a copy through the PRC's embassy in Canberra to make sure they know about it? Or send a copy in the post?
We've also found that in a lot of cases, it's quite detrimental to do that, in the fact that sources can disappear, and sort of we don't want to in many ways, we sort of don't want the government to have prepared a propaganda response to our research findings. What we have done is generally shared it with journalists in the days before it's released to sort of look at it. And this is outside of the peer review process that we use, but sometimes they sort of will send findings of our research to Chinese government authorities to comment on it.
Well,
but we don't do that.
But one way and another, the reports are public.
Yeah.
Have they ever been cited, to your knowledge, in parliamentary or committee hearings in Canberra?
Yes, they have. I can't remember exactly when or where, but I think they have been, especially the Uyghurs for Sale report, which isn't one that I was heavily involved in, but that I think has especially been cited through parliaments generally.
And you've noted reaction to your reports by taking items off the web, yes?
Yes.
Just two questions in respect of that. The reports are available, so if the PRC wanted a full report, it could always have got one, once it was a public document.
Yes, yeah, and we actually do see, we definitely can see that people in China are accessing our reports.
Right. Has the PRC or any body that's connected to the PRC or speaking for the PRC ever published a detailed rebuttal of any part of any of your reports?
Not really. They often sort of respond to questions sort of just dismissing ASPI as much as possible, dismissing the institute as much as possible. There have been a few cases where they've sort of tried to dig in deeper. Sort of, I recall one case when I think it was the Global Times, but a state media organ went to disprove a lot of what we said were camps. And for example, in one case, they showed drone pictures of an area about 12 kilometers away from where we said the camp was. And in other cases, they showed across the road. So that I don't think we've found, I think there certainly is a response, but I wouldn't necessarily call it sort of that rigorous of a response, and certainly not addressing the specific findings and trying to rebut them.
Have you ever felt obliged to issue a correction to any of your reports following material raised by the PRC?
So there was one facility that we identified as a detention camp that we no longer believe is. That was identified because we sort of picked it out as a point of interest while it was under construction. And at some point it migrated from the point of interest list to the actual list. And when that got brought to our attention, we saw it when the construction was finished and went, this doesn't appear to be a camp, and removed it. But other than that, there's been I think there's been probably well over 50 camps that have been people have tried to call out and say it's not a camp. And other than that one, I believe we've looked at them all and go, no, we're still confident this is a camp.
And finally, you explained that there's been some activity, maybe more than usual activity, in taking things down roughly at the time of this tribunal. Can you give us an idea of any particular type of things that are being taken down just about now?
I wouldn't be best to speak to this, but I think generally quite broadly a lot of information is being taken down. We're seeing sort of government websites in county official websites being a lot less accessible, making documents a lot harder to get more generally, not just documents on a specific topic. But you see rounds and rounds of things being taken down. So initially it was those construction reports, those construction tenders that got removed. Then we sort of saw reports on the Xinjiang Aid Project and government organised labour programs being quite systematically removed. And you've sort of seen very much these rounds of these different topics being systematically removed, but at the same time, there is just generally information and documents and websites being removed.
Thank you very much. Yes, and also Dame Parveen.
Thank you very much. I just wonder, is the intention from the directives that are coming centrally down to the areas, is there intention that they want to get rid of all the religious sites, or do they have a quota? We heard yesterday that one of the mosques had been converted into a museum. So are they going to keep a few to show people or make sure that they're not actually destroying the religion?
So there definitely have been mosques that have sort of remained. The question that I think stands, which is quite pertinent, but I don't think I can answer it, is how accessible these mosques are to people seeking to pray. And I think in most cases that is, since 2017 especially, that has pretty much stopped. But it's hard to sort of assess to what extent. There is still sort of the physical shell of a lot of mosques, and I think about a third of them. But a number of them are sort of locked shut, a number of them are sort of open in this way that I don't think is accessible to prayer, and a lot of them have been converted into one use, such as a bar. Like you said previously, I saw a report recently, which is one that was converted into a public toilet. So I think the question is how accessible the remaining structures are to parishioners and to people that look to pray there. And my understanding is that, especially in 2017, 2018, and 2019, that was extremely inaccessible. There may be potentially signs in the last year or so that certain people are being allowed to pray again, but none of that sort of research is finalized, and I don't understand, and I can't sort of begin to speak to the extent of how much that is occurring, if it is occurring. It's just a general sense that I've gotten.
There have been attempts to debunk the reliability of yours and others' evidence based on satellite imagery. Is there an incontrovertible way of verifying these images?
No. So the way that sort of we've done this, and I think this is probably the best time to talk about that methodology in detail, is what we looked at to start with was these lists of about 30 to 60 detention sites that were well documented, and I think incontrovertibly detention sites by the construction tenders and other documents such as party visits or local media. And from that list of about 50 sites that we sort of have no doubt on, and it's between 50 and 100 actually, we started to build this very comprehensive idea of what these facilities look like, and sort of what features they have and what set them apart from other sort of more innocuous buildings such as schools or government offices or whatever else is occurring in Xinjiang. We got this very, I would say, comprehensive idea of what to look for, and then it became a matter of sort of scanning through as much of Xinjiang as possible through satellite imagery to find these distinct signatures that fit a facility into one of these 4 architectural typologies that we found. And I can understand that for a lot of people, especially people that don't want to believe what's happening in Xinjiang, that is a kind of inaccessible method. And when they look at a satellite imagery, it's kind of difficult to see those signatures unless they get specifically pointed out to you. And so when we've had people try to debunk it, that's been the vast majority of people going, I guess this site doesn't look like a camp to me. What makes you say it's a camp? And we were able to sort of articulate what makes us say it's a camp, such as this watchtower, these fences, these internal fences that you don't see on other public buildings and other buildings in Xinjiang. But this is only from that one perspective, from the sky. So there is a reason that we call it all suspected facilities rather than confirmed facilities. And in an ideal world, that wouldn't be the case. But with the sort of complete opacity of information in Xinjiang, I think that's the best that we can get at the moment. And yet, what I would say is that we have, I guess, been confronted with dozens of sites that people have attempted to debunk, and none of those, and I'm still extremely confident that all of those sites, except for that one that I mentioned previously while it was under construction, are actually camps. Yeah.
So you're right to point out there are, in a sense, 2 bits to my question. The first is about verification as to whether these are camps indeed. But before that, are you able to verify that the images themselves were taken of that place and they're not in some way doctored or falsified?
Yeah, that's quite, and that's actually an argument that I've had that people affiliated with the Chinese government have brought up before, that how can you trust these satellites? They're owned by the satellites are owned by US companies, and then I was able to show them Chinese satellite companies that have imaged the same area and show the same thing. I think generally it's quite unheard of for there to be entire areas of satellite imagery that have been falsified. The one example I can think of is the Russian Ministry of Defense tried to sort of make their own composite of satellite imagery to show that a Ukrainian jet shot down MH17. That's the only example I can think of off the top of my head where satellite imagery has been faked. But in this case, we have sort of multiple sources of satellite imagery on multiple days from multiple different companies and individual satellite platforms that all show the same thing. So I don't think there's any reason to suspect that what we're seeing sort of through satellite imagery and even through Google Earth is not an accurate representation of what's on the ground.
Thank you very much for coming. Oh, yes, of course, Mr. Yes,
just on this point, so your research has shown the sheer scale of the camps in Xinjiang, and I was wondering whether you can draw any views on, therefore, the estimates of the detainees in those camps. I know it's difficult, but if you could say a few words on that.
Yes, so that's one thing that we've been very reticent to do, because I don't think the information, at least that we've looked at, exists for us to create a firm estimate. There's too many sort of changing variables across the different types of camps. It wasn't until extremely recently that we knew that prison camps sort of were structured in a way in which there was a dorm structure inside each room rather than sort of individual cells. And all of those questions that remain unanswered make it really difficult to estimate, even knowing the exact floor space of how much room is dedicated to detainees, what an actual number would be. What I would say, and what I generally say to journalists, is that based on the sort of scale and the spread of these facilities, the estimates that we've heard of about 1 million would not be out of the realm of possibility. And the capacity is probably somewhere near that level. But the capacity is different to the actual number of people detained at any one point and the actual number of people detained throughout the length of this crackdown.
Sorry, and a quick follow. So if you were to hear the number 2 or 3 million, you would say that that would be beyond the capacity of the current camp?
Yes, I would not consider those estimates to be particularly robust. What I would say is that beyond the people physically detained in camps, there are a large number of people that we know have been sort of forced to attend day school and sort of have a lot of these political indoctrination practices through, like visiting a school one day a week to learn to undertake these lectures. And that number is undoubtedly higher, but I would not personally put a lot of weight in the scale of physical detention being much above 1 million.
Has there been any, Lucy described it as triangulatory cross-referencing evidence in regard to the construction of these camps? So purchasing of raw materials or evidence about transport of what must be very significant volumes of materials to a region far distant from the core of the country.
Yeah, so Xinjiang itself has quite a high amount of primary industry already. It's a highly industrialized area, and there are government bodies that control a lot of that industry, especially through the Bintang, through the XPCC. So I don't think there is, I'd be surprised if there were many cases of raw materials needing to be brought in from the rest of China. But what we do certainly see is these, in many cases was anyway, these government construction tenders where they say we want X number of buildings of X size to be built in this area, and then we can then cross-reference that to there being a camp in that area. Another way of sort of triangulating it in a way is victim testimony. And sort of when you've had people that have been released from detention, in many cases you sort of have, I think in most cases where they have been able to identify what site they were held in, it is a site that we have in our database, which is one of the reasons that we believe our database is quite comprehensive. It probably doesn't capture all of them, but I'd say it captures the vast majority of facilities.
And in further sort of triangulatory evidence, is there any evidence of, for instance, recruitment adverts? I don't even know if they do that, but for prison guards.
Yes, there is. So again, those sources of evidence have mostly dried up, but there certainly has been documents that say recruitment of guards, recruitment of teachers, especially in a lot of these facilities. Yep. But again, when we talk about it, this isn't the vast majority of facilities. There is a lot of facilities that aren't documented beyond the satellite evidence because sort of a lot of these construction tenders weren't ever public to start with, and a lot of those that were have disappeared now. So it's not to say that sort of every camp has this triangulatory basis of evidence, but the ones that have pretty much all been included in that database.
I think I am going to be able to thank you for the time being for coming to give evidence. Thank you very much. I can't exclude the possibility that we may ask questions of you in writing, or may even ask you to come back in September, but for the time being at least, or maybe conclusively, thank you very much for giving evidence.
Yeah, no worries. Go for it. Thank you so much.
Mr. Sabi, we did our best, but there it is. We are 15 minutes late. Are we allowed coffee?
As long as you're happy to have lunch a bit later.
Right. 20 minutes? 20 minutes. 10 past. Mr. Savi, we've got 2 witnesses to finish, providing we properly can by 1:15 at the latest. I've been provided with, without asking for it, with a traffic light system, which I may or may not ever use. I show you what it's like at its worst. Right.
That would work. Our next witness, Mr. Chairman, is Habibullah Ahad. And Dr. Zamit Borda would be questioning the witness.
Name of the witness, please.
What, Habibullah Achad, is that you?
Habibullah Achad.
The witness, Weiger, fled China in 1995 because he feared persecution for attending an Islamic religious school. His family, including his parents, siblings, and relatives, remained in China. For a period, he had contacted his family and learned that his parents had been detained because he had fled the country. However, his last contact with his family happened in 2015. After that, he received news through an intermediary in Urumqi that his sister's husband was taken to a hospital, which was code for taken to a detention camp. He also received news that his niece's husband became disabled, which was code for was given a life sentence. Mr. Chair, if I may, I have 2 questions for the witness. In your statement, you refer to the early 1990s when people around you, including your father's friends, told you that they wouldn't be able to protect you in the future as they had access to the new policies that those with a religious background would be targeted for arrest by the authorities. And my question...
Yeah, can I just say that for now? Siz bayanatınızda 1990 yıldan keyin şu dadınızın yenideki dostları ve dadınız hemsi sizni yeni bir siyaset çıkanlığı üçün sizni qoğdayamaydıqını sözləpdim.
Doğru.
My question is firstly, are you able to describe what kind of policy documents these were?
Bu siyaset, benim sualım, bu qandaq bir siyasetdi? Şu vaqt şu siyaset, yeni siyaset boğallığı üçün sizni qoğdayamaymiz. Depti bu qandaq siyasetdi, şunu dep biləmizdi.
80-ci yıldan 90-cı yılgacha biraz erkinlik bo'lgan. 90-cı yıldan keyin şu barın inqilabından keyin bizning vatanimizning hamma yerda asosan hujum şu diniy o'qigan taliblarga hujum qilinganligi uchun mening dadam tarjima qilamiz sonda.
We enjoyed relatively better freedom between 1980s, early 80s to the early 90s. And then since the early 90s, after the Baran uprising, the attack and the crackdown on religious clerics it became very severe.
Şu birinci dini o'quvchilarga hujum qartildi. Anandan keyin mening dadam kadr ham jiq ağaylar batdı. Şunun içinde saqchi darisining boshlig'imi mening dadamning yaqin ağaynisi. Bu yaqin ağaynisi muştaq hazır bo'lmaydi. Ma balanglarni ya sırtqı çıqırıb etdinglar, yoki bo'lmasa biz sizlarga iyi chiqolmaymiz. Mening do'stligimni asqatmaydi deb ogohlantiribdi dadamni.
And during this religious crackdown, and the first target were the young students who studied religion. And my father worked as a cadre, and so his friends in his circle and told him that even our friendship cannot help and save your son. It's better to let him go to somewhere safe.
Thank you. But in your statement, you referred that they knew they had this information on the basis of some policies, and the idea is.
Mening sualım yanılam siyaset. Bu qandaq siyasetdi? Çünkü siz şu yeni çıkan siyaset münasebetinden sizni özünü çatqa alsın degan muşunaq birini bo'libdi. Shu siyosatni tushuntirib berasizmi?
Uni bizning bilishimiz mumkin emas. Endi shu saqchilarningki dadamga yaqin bo'lganligi uchun saqchi ismini bilmay Aqchujang deydi, Aqeli deb qo'ydik. Shu vaqtda dadam bilan yaxshi munosabatda bordi. Ham anandakin kuchada shu Abdukerim Abduvali ustozning yetakchiligida shu balla o'qitish, diniy tabliğ ahkam degandek ishlar bo'lganligi uchun shu vaqt 90-yillardan tortib ig'irlashqili turgan.
Well, it is not possible for me to know what was the exact policy, but I was warned through my father and from his close acquaintances, especially a man, we called him Ajujang, whose name was Aqeli, and warned that this is the new policies are implemented, and it will be extremely difficult to protect religious people, especially young clerics. Also in Kucha, because of the teacher Abdukerim Abduvali, who was a well-known religious preacher, and so anyone who had taken lesson from him also being targeted.
Thank you. My second question now relates to the coded language that you used to signify, for instance, that someone was taken to hospital or became disabled. And a quick question around the need for such a coded language and what was it used for?
Bu ikinci sualım şu sizin bayanatınızda bazı sözlerini açık aşkarı demesden bir başka bir usulla bilen kullanğanlık doğrusunda. Yes.
So what were individuals afraid or concerned about for the need for a coded language of the sort you have used? Like, why wouldn't you say openly the person was taken to a detention camp, for instance?
Nima uchun bu kishilar bevosita bu masalan tutilgan bo'lsa tutildi demasdan doktorxonaga apadi degandek shunday so'zlarni ishlatdi. Bu kishilar nimadan qo'rqadi? Agar ochiq oshkora shu naq o'zini ishlatgan bo'lsa.
Bu 2016 atrofida bo'lish kerak, xotirlab qo'ymadim. Mening dadam bilan telefon aloqam 2015'te butunlay tugagan. Shu tugamas vaqt tugab ketgandan keyin shu bir vosita orqali shu akamning achamning yo'ldishini shu doktorxonada bo'lib qoldi dedi. Akamning qizining yo'ldishini palash bo'lib qoldi dedi. Buni bular işte qo'llanib tamdı, qo'qib yadalqi oshkorlab qo'ymayli deb shu nimani qo'llanib shu ifodani.
Well, I believe it was around 2016 because I cut off my last contact with my father ended in 2015. So the language was used regarding my sister's husband's arrest was used as taken into hospital. And also my niece's, the language, the term was used paralyzed. So that was a code that I was told.
Ben şu vaqtida muşlar ras palash bo'lib qolgan o'xshaydi, yo doktorxonada degandekin og'rib qolgan o'xshaydi deb u faqat uni o'ylamabdi ekanman.
At first I just thought that maybe they were ill in the hospital, and also I thought my niece was paralyzed for some reason. I didn't think more.
2015 kişilik men internet orqali yoki bo'lmasa WhatsApp orqali ko'rish baqqanim yo'q. Faqatlam telefonda nayt qisqa holatda hatto akalarimning, ukallarimning hech qaysining saqlig'ini deydi, ammo undan boshqa nim bo'lganini deyolmaydi. Bak qisqa qo'llanib keldik. Bizning hech qanday nima normal aloqa bo'lmagan.
Even up until 2015, my communication with my family members, my brothers, were very short, over the phone, never used the internet or other apps. Simply a phone call just to inform one another the health, how their health were.
2015-8 ayının o'ttirlig'ida dadam tugab ketgandan keyin bir ishga shu dadamning telefon orqali akalarim bilan so'zlashaldik. Andan keyin apam hayotda, hozirgi keklik bilmayman. O'ldim u.
After my father died in mid-August 2015, during that period I still managed to communicate with my brothers. But since then, I was cut off. So I know my mother was alive, but I don't know what happened to her.
Thank you. That answers my question, but I'm sure the panel may have further questions. Thank you for that.
Thank you. In your statement, you state that 5 boys, Himit, Talib and 3 others were sentenced to death for theft. Was the sentence carried out?
Siz bayanatınızda 5 yaş balınınki isimleri bilen sözlep siz bulanı ölüm cezası bəgəndəb. Bulanınki ölüm cezası icra oldu mu?
Elbette 91. isimde yok ama 92. yıldan 94. yılgıçılık icra bo'lib bo'ldi. Ularning birinin sotuğa men qatnaşqan. Muşlarning içindeki Yimit Mahsum degan bala meniki yaqin ag'inam ham savaqdishimdi. Onun sotuğa qatnaşqandim.
Of course, I believe they were executed between 92 to 94 during those 2 years period. I attended the court hearing of one of them, who is Imit Mahsum, who was my friend and also classmate.
O balının sotu, uçuk sot deydik şu vaqtida. Bir Yengşe kinoxona deydik, kinoxonandan ki şu yazlıq kinoxonada şu yerda sot açqan. Şu müştaq qiyafetlerini şu yegi beşini qaratqancha şu vaqtida şu balaga o'g'irlik, bulanchilik, anandakin Adam ötegen dedim onun isim de yok ama şu uğurluk ve bulantçılık degen cinayet bilen bir yıllık dedim, 2 yıllık dedim ölüm cezası bergen o balığa.
Bir yıllık keçiktirip.
Keçiktirip.
Demekçi. Okay. So the hearing was what we call open hearing, open trial. It was in Yingshe summer cinema. It was open cinema, and he was accused of theft and robbery. Death penalty was to 1 year suspended death penalty.
Neçe min adam battı o nimege katnaşkan uçuk sot teptike şu vaktada.
Because it was an open trial, many thousand of people attended his trial.
O balla oğurluk kıldığan, bulançılık kıldığan undaq balla hiç kaçan emesden biz okuğandakin bilimiz. Biz bulançılık kılmanla, oğurluk kılmanla, hata iş kılmanla deydiğanı öğrengen.
As a classmate, and I know that there is no way he would commit any theft or robbery, and also in our teachings, we taught not to commit theft or robbery. And when he was tried, the previous one I forgot one sentence, so I just remembered now. And when he was tried, his head was bowed down during the trial, all that time.
And how old was he and the others accused?
Qancha yoshga kirgan, yana boshqalarninki yosh qurami qancha yoshda deydi?
Biz bilan yosh farqi qilinmaydi. Shu 92-93 bo'lsa 20-23 yosh, 25 yoshning atrofidagi hamda ashning ichidagi Yemit Talib degan bir ish kuchining yeshi balkida 26-28 atrofida bo'lishi mumkin shu vaqtda.
Most of them were the same age as me. During that time in 1992-1993 was 22-23 years old. And they, Yemit, I believe he was around 26-year-old, and others maybe 28 maximum.
And in the trial that you attended, did they have the benefit of a defense lawyer? And did the defense lawyer defend them?
Muşu sot atalmış oçuq sot qığa vaqtda ularni aqlaydigan advokati bo'lganmi?
Advokati bo'lgan esimizda qilishdi. Batı ama o advokatmi shu Komünist partiyaga ishlaydigan advokatlar. Shaxsiy yollagan advokat emas.
Yes.
Qochoq.
Yeah, it's a kind of sham trial. As the so-called lawyer works for the Communist Party, so it wasn't independent or hired privately.
And in your view, is the reason that they were arrested and sentenced to death because they had committed a theft, or was it for some other reason?
Sizningcha bularninki shu o'lim jazosiga berilişi, mesela o'g'irlik, bulanchilik bu sababidan yoki boshqa bir sabablardan, qanday bir sababdan misol?
Bu sabab o vaqtning o'zida biz bolalarni tarbiyalaydigan maktab, ya'ni diniy maktab o'qitatdik. Men shuning birida bir o'zimning uyda 30-40 bolalarni o'rgatdik. Aşı bolalarni menga o'xshashlar shu maktabda bolalarga boshqa hech qanday nima emas, faqat Qur'on o'qitishni o'rgatgan. Undan jiq bir ishmi yo'q.
All we did at that time, including myself, we taught young people religion, how to read Quran. And I had about 40 students, and the rest of others who were sentenced to death was the same. That was the reason.
Şu vaxtdaki qanununda onu uçuq aşkarı sen ballığa Kur'an oquşunu öğrettin diyemey. Aşta her bir adamga birden üzüge zid keldigan yani. Hiç kaçan o ballarının ki hemmesi hiç kaçan bir oğurluk, o bulançılık deydiğen belki kulu mükemmeldiğen ballar. Hiç kanda oylamaydiğen.
At that time, they couldn't really say that giving a death penalty for this region. Therefore, they had to accuse them of theft or robberies. And as I know that from their character, that these people wouldn't even touch anything, let alone stealing.
Yani bir silk, vatanını bölüş, vatanını Cungo'nun nemesinin ayrıp çıkış degende cinayeti birinci cinayet arası aşırı dendi. Onu biz vatanını bölüş degenden bilmeydik, kandak bölgeli olduğunu onun bilmeydik ama birinci atkan cinayeti unutup kaptım ben. Vatanını bölüş ki urungan deydi, urungan onunla teşvik kılan degendek.
In fact, the crime that they were accused of, apart from the theft and the others, the biggest crime was attempt to separate the country, to split the country. At the time, I didn't know how it was even possible to split the country.
Could you tell the tribunal why the authorities considered your family a mistrusted family?
Endi bizga mana shu nima uchun Jungo hukumati sizning oilangizni ishonchsiz oila deb belgilagan, bekitgan?
Men bunu bu 98 yıldan keyin uydagilar bilan aloqalash imkonim bo'ldi telefonda. Onundan burun bu telefon normal telefon mu yoktu. Şu 98. yılı akamda nima uchun hacı qilmaysiz? Çünkü pul iqtisod hamma narsa batı men chiqayotganda. Nima uchun hacı qilmaysiz desam, sizning kasobatinglardan bizning oila nuqtaliq oila, yani qizil siziq tushgan. Bizni hech qanday nimaga o'zimizning jutudan başqa bir yer berishqimi ruxsat qilmaydi degan shu akamdan shuni anglagan.
Well, after I fled my country, up until 1998, I didn't have a phone or, have any communication with anyone back home. And only after 1998, during one of the conversations with my elder brother, I asked him that, you are quite financially well off, why don't you go to Hajj, do pilgrimage? And he said it is impossible because now we are branded, our family is branded as a mistrusted family, and therefore we cannot even leave our region without permission, without special permission.
Men chiqayotgandan butunlay bizning uydagilar aytib baytdi, butunlay iqtisodiy hamma tarafdan qisib, hukumatdan hech qanday bir ish bajarolmaydigan holatga keldi ekan. Qayerga borsa akallarimga iningni tepgal deb shu savolni qo'ydi ekan.
Prior to leaving my country, my family financially quite well off. But after I left my country, they made it extremely difficult. So financially, in every way, they faced obstacle. Whenever they needed to deal with anything, they were pressurized and saying that you must bring back your brother.
Thank you. And we are short of time, but one last question. Do you believe that the persecution, or why do you think the persecution of your family within China is happening? Is it to silence you? Is it to persuade you to return to China, or both?
Endi sizning oilangizga bo'layotgan bu besim, bu zulmlarning maksat ki, yani bulanın məqsədi şu, sizninki avazınızını çıxamazlıq məqsəd qılğanmı, ya ki sizni şu vətəninizə qaytırıb əkitişmi, ya ki işkilismi?
Top doğru bulanınki məqsədi aşı 5 balın sotluğa vaxtıda aşı sot jaryanıda bir eğiz gibi isimde bir oçum vatan bölgünçileri sellani asmanğa çıkarsan tapınыңdan yakirkesinden kukulаңdan tutup ekil alayımız her qanday yer qıçıp qutulanmaysa degan bir sözü şu sebep buluşu mümkün deyman.
Yes, exactly. That I remember that during their trial, and they said that a bunch of a group of separatists, wherever you go, even if you fly up to the sky or go down to the earth, we will find you. We will find you and make sure you will be tried.
Kazakistan'da mı nayt igir bekçik beşimden öttü ekir kitiş üçün Xitay'nınki sakçıların Kazak olan birleşip nayt cık bekçik avarçılıkka yoluqtum.
Even during my time in Kazakhstan, I was harassed and I didn't have peace. The Kazakh police collaborated with the Chinese police in order to take me back to China. So I experienced a lot of hardship while I was in Kazakhstan.
No further questions, thank you.
Habibullah Achad, thank you very much for coming here to give evidence. You've taken your evidence fairly quickly, but all of your evidence will be taken into account. Thank you.
Sizga ko'p rahmat. Bütün shu bergan bayonotlarınız va savollarimizga bergan javobingizdan ko'p rahmat. Mushunchalik savolimiz mushunchalik bo'ldi.
I'm sorry, just one question and it's quick. We're very short of time.
Sorry, one question. I apologize. It's a question with 3 little bits in it. So when the people were given a life sentence, were they ever released? Did their relatives know where they were? And what did they do in prison? Were they doing jobs or being beaten up?
Әмді мүші тұтқылаға мұдәсіз қамақ жазасы бәгенден кейін, мысалға, бұла шығып кеткенлері болды му? Егер мұдәсіз түрмеде жарияныда бұла немеш қылды, түрмеде немеш қылды, оныңдекен айылдекілері білді му бұланың нәділігіне білетті му?
Bu türmede nemiş kıldı degen mümkün emas. O ya da şularını 1 yıl 2 yıl küçük durup atımız degendikin etivetti. Burun ola hemmesi öldü. Bazen bir şu tutkullarınki uruk tukalları var mıydı? Türkiye'de yaşaydı. Ulan biz o türmenin içinde nemiş kıldı onun bizden haberimiz yok.
I didn't know. I didn't know what they did in prison, but as I said, they were not sentenced to life prison imprisonment. It was a death penalty, so 1 year suspended death penalty, and that they were executed after that period. And there are some of those who were executed, family members, some live in Turkey at the moment.
Mr. Sabi, my colleagues wish to ask a number of questions, so we'll just move the timetable back by as long as is wanted.
You say that hundreds of other students who attended the Islamic school were arrested. Were any of them under 18? I.e., were they children?
Siz yüzlügen şu dini oquşqa qatnaşqan ballarınki tutulup ketkenligine depsiz. Bularning içinde ballar barmıdı, yani 18 yaşın tüven. 18 yaşın tüvenler barmıdı tutulup ketkenlerinin içinde. Sizin bilişinizce.
Şu zamanlarda 88-89 atrafı buluş gerek. Bir video kıgantımdaki kasetlik yoğun. Şu videoda 5-600 balla bulup bunun içinde 40-50'gi malum derecelik olsa kalan 4-500'i ballattı. Ama ballarını tutmadı, aşı malum boğalarının hiç kasınsak koymadı.
Demek ki şu vakti tutup ketken. Sizge sorgan sual 18 yaştan tüven ballar bahmetli tutulganlarının içinde deydi.
O vakti da yok arası kapını kısam, o vakti da o ballarını tutmagan. Şu fakat okutkuçalarını.
Yeah, I have to be truthful with you that during that time the children were not arrested. They targeted all the teachers. Among the 500 to 600 people attended, about 40 to 50 were arrested, and those were the mainly adults, the teachers.
O kaset Kazakistan'a mı batı şu 2000 yılda kolumuzda bolsa onundan keyin bir yıl burun sürüştük tapamadım şu bizning burunqi uydagi qolmabdi bo'lmasa şu kaset mi batı fakat şu kasetdagi ballarni %100 tutup o ballar mening bilishimcha 40-50 atrofdagi ballarning hech qaysi yo'q hozir izdereksiz.
I used to have that video cassette even when I was in Kazakhstan, but I don't have it anymore. But I believe those 40 to 50 arrested, all gone. We don't know if they're still alive or they're gone, basically. Bıraklam yo'qolib ketdi.
You mentioned at the end of your testimony that you're testifying on behalf of 36 relatives. You mentioned your niece's husband being imprisoned. I wonder if you have any knowledge of whether any of the others have been detained, in particular since, as you say, they are religious people and continue to give signs of their religious observation.
Bayanatınızın ahırda 36 urug tuqqanlarınız üçün guvalıq bermə dəbsiz, həm də bir tuqununuzun ki, yolduşunun tutulub ketkenligini dəbsiz misalға. Qalğan yana qandaq bir uçurlar bağımız sizin ki bildiğin. So do you have any other information regarding the rest? Yeah.
2017'den keyin hiç qandaq alaqam yok ama urug tuqqanlarımның 36 tuqqanlarım men ba vaqtidagi tuqqanlarımdı onundan keyin tug'ilganlarni men onu bilmayman, onu so'rim, etini bilmayman. Fakat bularninki hech qaysi sirti emas, ham qanchalik o'ldirildi bu sirtqa chiqqan xabarlarga qaraganda yapılsa guvohchilarniki nimasidan desanglar bo'ldi, birisi saq emas deb %100 ishonaman.
Well, since 2017 I was cut off from contacting anyone. And those I mentioned, the 36, were those when I was back in my country. And there were many young borns, they grown up and I didn't know. So up until now, I don't really know what happened to them. But based on the information that we are hearing from survivors and from people who managed to leave the country, that I don't think they left them alone. They must be in hardship.
Chuqum şu guvalıq belgicilerin faciasıga o'xshash, mening oilam shunday bir facianing balig'i %100.
I can say 100%, just like the testimonies from the camp survivors. I believe that my families are enduring the same treatment. I can say 100%.
And is there anything else you would like to add before you end your evidence, about your experiences or your beliefs of what's happening to your family?
Əmdi yana başqa bizim suallardan sorğan başqa bir qoşumçu deydiganlarınız barmı?
Qo'shimcha deydiganlarim yo'q. Ko'p rahmat sizlarga. Meniki urug' tuqqanlarimniki kech kunduz sing'illarimning qiynalayotganligini, ashlarning shu fojiada bo'layotganligini kech kunduz esimdan chiqarolmayman. Ham menga pek og'ir. Chunki hamiz o'lib ketgan bo'lsa, yo bo'lmasa yatavrab ketib, yana tekda kirib ketgan bo'lsa, xotirjam bo'ladi.
I don't have much to add, but I would like to let you know that I am extremely worried about my family members, especially the women, my sisters. I wished if there was an earthquake and then everyone, if they died, I would be in peace.
Thank you very much for coming here to give your evidence, all of which will be considered by the tribunal. Your evidence is now concluded. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Sabi, we will put back the lunch break until at the very earliest 1:30. Your next witness.
Would you like to have lunch break now? We'll continue with the last witness for the morning session.
Yes, yes, please do. Yes.
Our next witness is Omar Rosie. We'll give evidence in person.
Can someone please accompany the witness? Thank you very much, Madam Interpreter. Is there an usher outside who can be helping with this? Yeah. Well.
The witness is a male Chinese national of Uyghur ethnicity, and he was first detained for a total period of over 3 years where he suffered severe mistreatment. In detention in 4 separate facilities, the witness was beaten with an iron implement, his nails were extracted, he was waterboarded and placed into what he called a water prison, and also placed into solitary confinement for over 1 year. The witness's feet were broken during an interrogation, and an electric wire was inserted into his penis, which tore some internal flesh. The perpetrators were both guards and police officers. The witness was forced to pick up the flesh of his Uyghur cellmate, who was shot by repeated volleys of gunfire by guards after he witnessed the cellmate, after the witness's cellmate had attempted to stab a guard in retaliation for his treatment. Uyghur inmates, according to the witness, were treated differently in mixed prisons. One policewoman who threw the witness down some stairs whilst his hands were still tied stated that political prisoners are dirty and that she needed to wash her hands. The witness managed to escape prison during medical treatment for his broken feet through a contact of his cousin. His cousin was later sentenced to imprisonment, and the witness says that he was killed later in prison. The witness's family were intimidated and threatened as a result of his escape from the authorities, and numerous attempts have been made to entrap him or force him to stop certain actions with the Uyghur diaspora. Many in his family have disappeared. Mr. Rosie, I have 3 short questions for you before I'll hand you over to the panel.
Okay.
You state in your statement to the tribunal that when you were first detained in 1993 in Kashgar, you were tortured. Can you describe what method this torture took?
Roza bendim bayanatınızda tuncu qıdım 1993 yılı tutulğan vaqtida siz özünüzningki zoravallıqqa uçurğanlığınızı, qiyin qıstaqqa uçurğanlığınızı sözləpsiz. Muşunu qısqıcı bir dep berəlemsiz.
Ben 93 yılı həcdən kelgəndəkin kipla Abduz'un düşüşüngila encentin adamları tutup apır sağçıqana qapadı.
Sizge faqat sual değil. Sizin qiyin qıstaq jaryanı, bu bayanat jaryanı bağı bulanın qolda. Qiyin qıstaq, qanda qiyin qıstaqlarını sual qılıq. You just rephrase the question.
Yes.
Qiyin qıstaq ağa vaqtında meni ezip urdu bola. Bir aygacha ezip urup zaten o qıjnamagan iş qamıdı.
Well, they used all sorts of methods of torture. I was constantly hanged and then beaten repeatedly.
Perhaps I can clarify the question. The witness was detained in 4 separate facilities. In the first facility in which he was detained in 1993 in Kashgar, the witness just says that he was tortured without further details. Perhaps he can provide us with details of that.
Çünkü siz bir qancha qitimliq tutulğan qiyin qıstaqqa ağan jaryanını sözləpsiz, bayan qıpsız bayanatınızda. Muşu Qashqardaki siz tutup turulğan orunda şu jaryanda menim qiyin qıstaq qılğan zoravallıq uçurğan depsiz şu jaryanını sözləp berəmsiniz.
Qashqarda o turmuq bir ay sola jaryanda o aramlıq degenim yoq da. Urudu, asudu, tamaqdan qıjnaydı, sudan qıjnaydı. O bir qıjnaş hem o esturib urup, o tayaq bilan urup, her xil işkence bilan qıjnaş usuli bilan bir ay qıjnadı, bir aydan keyin andakin bizimniki mayisiga apadı.
Well, during 1 month detention in Kashgar, I was constantly beaten up. I was in a hanging position. And I was beaten up, and food deprivation, sleep deprivation, water deprivation. So it was all kind of methods of torture that inflicted on me during that 1 month. Then I was taken back to my home county.
And the witness said that when he was taken to his home county, he was also detained for 6 months there, where he was tortured. What methods of torture took place during those 6 months?
And özünüzninki nahiyarınızga apağandan keyin 6 ay şu yana türmünün içinde solaqanıdı tutup turulup siz ve uyadımı qiyin qıstaq yana işkence şular uçurapsız. Şu jaryanını mı bizge düşündürüp berəlemsiz?
6 ayın içinde kündü sorak 5 aygacha sorak qildi ular. Soraklı açık aldılar urudu. Esip urudu, tayak bilan urudu, rezinkal tayak bilan urup, andikin herip qalgandan gap soraydı ular. Hamasdan önce gap sormaydı. Taz urup etip adam hoşun ketgandan keyin yoki suv chechib turib, hoşni keltirib turib, andikin gap soraydı.
That 6 months, first 5 months I was interrogated daily. So before they put their questions or the interrogation, they beat. As I explained, sometimes I was hanged up and beaten with wooden baton or rubber baton until almost I pass out. Then they bring water, cold water, bring me back, and then they question. So the first 5 months, I was questioned or interrogated daily. 5 ay şu sual dedikten sonra.
Bir ay olganda, bir ayda bek urmay, andikin 6 ay toşqa vaqtida öydükil pul qaşlab, para verip, menem de kepelik degende açıqdı turmadı.
And the last 1 month, I didn't suffer that much torture. And then my family paid a bribe, managed to secure my release.
Can you sorry, forgive me.
O turmada qıjna jaryanız tamaq vermey urup qıjnap, men turmada chiqqan bek halsiz bir terbiye usqan qaldımda.
In addition, I was deprived from food and water. And so when I was released that time, I was just skinny, skin and bone.
The witness has referred to a water prison. Perhaps you can describe to us what that is.
Siz muşu su türmüsü de bayanatınızda söz yapsınız. Su türmüsünü bizge düşündürüp bergen bolsunuz.
Su türmüsü su mişede keledi o. Sesik nayet bek paskın su. Paskın su suda 3 saatin tozlu tuğazılgandan keyin yeni suyunu çıkarıp etip yeni başka soğuk paskın su jalaydı ular.
Tuğuzganda qandaq tuğuzdu aşını bir düşündürüp bersiz. Ya sizin tuğuzganda qandaq tuğuzdu mesela?
Mene şu örtüm mene türme.
Aşağı tursa isliqliq emas.
Su türmüsü boyu ta.
The water prison, the water is dirty water, extremely cold. So I have to stand in the water up to above my waist. And every now and then they change the water, make it colder. So in total each time was about 3 hours.
O turmada igir tuğulamaydı. Sen majmada sen ümcümeyna turmuz. Ben o pasap çöküp gitimiz. Öğür tuğulamaydı. Şunda kışnaş usulü bilen tuğuzda.
They not allow us to stand straight. Not possible to stand straight. So that is a kind of bowing position. And for hours, that's another method of torture.
And can the witness describe for us what are the physical or mental consequences of this process?
Yani muşu qiynash jarayonida qandaq jismoniy va ruhiy jihatdan qiyin qisdoqlar bo'lgan sizga?
Endi turmadan 2 qator 3 kun 6 kun so'lab chiqagandan keyin o normal turmoq chiqqan kun turma dishimni etyapti. Etib go'shtlarni qo'lim bilan terib xaltaga soldim. Silib uzoq qolmaylar meni ayrim bir turmoq so'ladi. Kichik 80 santim kelgan. Bu turmada 1 yil qarang'i. 1 yil kim bilan hech kim bilan gaplashmadim.
One of my cellmates was shot dead, and a repeated shot make him into pieces, and I was forced to pick up his flesh in a bag, and that was very hard. Later I was moved to another prison, and where I was placed in a solitary confinement for 1 year. So I didn't had any opportunity to speak to anyone during that 1 year period.
I have 2 final questions, short questions. Is it correct that your cousin was imprisoned as a result of your escape?
Sizningki mushu qochirib o'tganlik to'g'risidan sizning navra akangizmi, inangizmi?
Navra akamni 8 yil turma qoldi men qochib ketgandan keyin. Turma qilib 2 yildan urib o'ldiryapti.
That's correct. My cousin was arrested after I fled. He was given 8 years prison sentence, but then he was beaten to death.
And how did the witness find out about the fact that he was killed?
Bu urib o'ldirib o'tganligini siz qanday bildingiz?
Biz u joyda tıpını aloqalashdik. Men Qozog'istondan Yevropaga kelgandan keyin
aniqroq desangiz kimdan o'qdingiz misolga?
Opasini o'qidim.
O'zingiz
Apamniki achniki bolasi hamdi. Onun achniki bolasi shu urib ketgandan keyin mana o'ltiribdi, telefon deyamdi. Keyin Ürümçi kelib bu joyda xil erkindamdi. Ürümçi telefon qilib, telefonda gaplashdik. Mana urib o'ltiribdi. Sizning sababingizni dedi.
During that period, I was in conversation with my family, and I knew he died. Later, when his mother moved to Urumqi, and it was free at that time, then in one of our phone conversation, she told me that because of you, they killed my son.
Thank you, Mr. Rosie. The panel have your witness statement, which they've read in detail, and they may have some further questions for you.
Before Professor Lynch asks questions, I should, Mr. Abraham, have confirmed with counsel, including you, that neither Tersin Bek Kabi, the first witness this morning, nor Habibullah Achad, nor this witness, Omar Rozi, are people against whom the PRC has raised any negative allegations.
That's correct.
Thank you. Professor Lynch.
Mr. Rosie, in view of your position as Qadi, did you anticipate that going on a second Hajj at a young age would engender very close scrutiny from the authorities?
Endi siz ailangizning bir kadr aile boluş sübütü bilen ikinci qitim hajik bağa vaqtыңızda özünüz oylap baqdыңızmı buningki qandaq bir belkim ig'ir oqibat ip keldiganligini bir oylap baqandыңızmı?
Ya ben oylamagandım. Ben o apağan xatlarımni bundaqılıqı yaman tarafını oylamay, eğer yaman tarafını oylagan bolsam kemay qilib qoldim-da.
No, I didn't. If I anticipated that, including the letter I took, I didn't know. And if I anticipated the consequences, I wouldn't have returned.
And do you now know that the contents of that envelope that you delivered?
Endi aşı xatninki mazmunni hazır bilemsiz.
Yok ben bilmeyim o xatni burun va'da verdim, va'dam bo'yicha topshirdim. Bu xatning nima borligini nima uqmayman.
No, because I promised not to open the letter, and I just fulfilled my promise, and then up until now, I don't know what was the content.
Thank you. Your first two detentions were in regular prisons rather than re-education camps. Is that correct?
Bu sizningki ikki qitimliq tutqun jarayonunuz shu turma, ya'ni hozirgidek tarbiyalash o'rni emas.
Yo'q, tarbiyalash o'rni emas. Masalan, 2 aydan keyin meni tutib bir aydan keyin 2 aydan keyin tutiblar bir ozroq vaqtda ko'zim tengiblar Urumchiga olib bordi. Bagaja o'rnimiz. Turmaga borgandan keyin u qiyin qistoq, kundlik qiyin qistoq. Hatto tirmig'imni yuldi ular.
No, it was prison, and even when I was taken to Urumchi during that period, my fingernails were pulled out. So throughout my detention, I suffered torture, interrogation.
When you were in those first two prisons, can you estimate the ethnic distribution of the detainees in those institutions?
Endi şu türmedeki jarayonda sizniki şu türmedeki tutqunlarninki millat yana qancha millatdan batdi, qaysi millatdan eng ko'p degandek mush jarayonni bir so'z ayta olamsiz?
Meni ko'zimni
ikki turmada eng boshdagi ikki qitimliq turma jarayonimizda so'langan faqat Uyg'urlar.
Xitoy yo'q, unda Uyg'urlar hammasi milliy bo'lguncha deb solgan Uyg'urlar bor.
Only Uyghurs. They were all accused of separatists.
Fine, thank you. And in those prisons, were there specific torture rooms where these tortures took place?
Endi mush turmalarda bular qiyin qisloqda alayda bir aşıq qiynaydigan ayrım bir o'rin batdimi, bir uy batdimi, qiynaydigan ayrım etdi.
Qiynaydigan ayrım var. Mesela putumni ikki yerdan tümü qaqtimni ko'rsatib turay. Buni bu yerdan ikki yerdan tümini urib, har bir urg'a vaqtida menga chiqibdi. Meskemaydan urup tübünü urup ihraqıda urup materem ötküzüp bunu tomur etip yeni mayadin yeni çıkata ötkezgen yaptı.
Yes, it was a separate room. The torture took place. As I have mentioned, that they pushed a metal into my leg. That's where twice. First, each time when they banged the nail into my flesh, and they said, "Admit your guilt." So, yeah.
Okay, thank you. Do you consider that the killing or the shooting, the initial shooting of your cellmate, could be considered as self-defense by the guards?
Yani özünüzünki şu türmede bile yapkan kişinin ki oğulan öldürülüşü bu saqçılar özünü qoğdaş üçün qılğan bir hücum degini bolamdı.
Ama turmada o bekadımga sebepsiz vurdu da. Sebepsiz vurdu. Her gün vurdu, urğunu kanmay durup işkeptede bir tekşügen bulup bekadımga uygulanırdı. Xitay vurmaydı na. Uygulanır deken bu çidimay bu tümeli ben tıkmada bınaqan o emelge aşmağan deken şu didisk etip çidimga takıladı.
The constant beatings of the prisoners non-stop. Whenever they came to the cell, they would beat up everyone. And so eventually my cellmate tried to take revenge with that little metal nail, but was not successful. And then he was shot dead, tragically.
What I was trying to get to was your cellmate chained at the time? Was he a real risk to the guards?
Şu vaqtning o'zida shu turmadagi billi tug'an shu kishi qo'l putlari zanjirda bog'liqlikmidi misolga bog'liqlik bo'lmagan bo'lsa shu nemiga shu turma xodimlarga bir xabar epkilatdi.
Ya mesela o putumuz kişen var, kolumuz koyduğu var, koyduğu bağlılık, zincir eskilik. Onu diyor. O urup tayak çizmağın dinkin tıkanaz da o. Tıkanmagan hem de bunda bir tıkamanda hareket kalmışadılar, yetebatkan bunu.
Well, we were chained, shackled, all the time. It wasn't something that could cause any kind of life-threatening consequences. Even he just tried to take a bit of revenge by using that nail.
Thank you. When you met your brother and sister in Turkey in April 2016, had they been forced to travel to Turkey?
Yani Türkiye'de işte akanız hediniz bilen görüşken vakitte ular mecburi Türkiye'ye evetilgen mecburi.
O burun pasport işlepememiz seyas aile 3 evlat pasport işlepememizde işte çıkıp adamlar. 2016 yılı şu ikinci ay mezgilde çağırıp gelip işte pasport işlepirli şu kanunlar köşüp kivelanla depla 15 gün pasport işlepirip eğer belet ağıl pulun olmamız beletne biz eperimiz digen Katar'da şuna digen. Ula biz pulumuz var. Digen bunu da ulanıp kıltığını okumağında.
Well, I believe that was forced and its intention pre-planned. Because for 3 generations they said we are not allowed to apply for passport. But suddenly in February 2016, and they were called to the office and said that we will issue your passports. And if you don't have money to travel, we will help you to buy a ticket.
Thank you. My final question is, when you received that very disturbing video of your brother and sister hanging up, you were given a number of options, but it doesn't appear that you were being asked to return to China. Is that correct?
Siz aşu video en ahırqı video telefonunu ağa vaqtınızda akınızla hadınızınki issiqliq tuğan şu ahvalını köz tutub durup sizge şart qoyğan. Bu şartlarning içinde sizning qaytib ketishingizini talab qilmagan, to'g'rimi?
Ya, men qaytib talab qilmagan.
That's correct. They didn't demand me to my return.
Okay. Thank you for your very clear and concise answers. Mr. Chairman. I've finished.
When you saw your brother and sister hanging, can you just give a little bit more detail of what you meant by hanging?
Siz ağacınız bilen, hadınız bilen, ağacınız bilen, akınızınki şu is qo'yilganligini ko'rdim deb siz o'sha is qo'yganni qandaq azroq bir bizga bir tushuntirib bera olasiz, qandaq esliqligini?
2017-yil 1-oyda bir telefon.
Shuni so'rayapman. Is qo'yganni qandaq bildingiz deydi. It was in that position, hanged from the ceiling.
Suspended by their hands in some way.
Qo'li shunda.
Puti agizdan 1 metr egizlikda u egiz o'yga shu esqarma qo'lni aytaq isitib ko'rdim. Puti hamda taxminan shu 1 metr atrofida yerning ustini ko'tarish kerak.
I could see that approximately the feet was about like 1 meter above the ground.
You were told that only if you abided by the conditions imposed would they release your brother and sister, and your brother and sister were screaming at the time. Is that correct?
Yani sizge şu tört şartdan qo'ygan jarayonida akınız, ağacınız o vaqtda vaqirab atgan, shunaqmi?
Ya shu vaqirmagan, o'sha vaqirmagan 4 shartni qo'yib, 4 shartni deb pulishini amallam vaqirab, jaqirab ketdi.
During the time when they were, when I was asked those 4 conditions, I didn't hear any noise. And only just before they turned off the video, I heard them screaming.
No contact with them since? No contact with them since?
Onunkin hech qanday
aloqa yo'q. 2016 bir qatorda bir ishqishimni ko'rsatdi, shundan aloqa yo'q. Mana 5 yil bo'ldi.
No, it has been 5 years now since. We would like to show the pictures of
mana bu meniki sho'ng akam.
That's the elder brother.
Muhammad Ali,
62 years old.
Buniki ailesi, o'g'li, balları 8 kishi izdireksiz yo'q uydan.
His family members, his children, in total 8 members disappeared.
Mana bu acham 54 yaş, Risalat Rozi.
My elder sister, Risalat Rozi, 54 years old.
Acamdaki 2 balası, 2 nevresi, 5 kişi izdireksiz yok.
2 of his children, 2 of her children and her 2 grandchildren, 5 members gone, disappeared.
Bu benim şu okam deriz aciz. Bu izdireksiz yok.
That's my younger brother who had mental disability, also disappeared.
Benim bu meneki ikinci ukam putu kesip ketken bu qatnaş vakasida. Putu kesip ketkendan keyin haşo put sağan bu ukam izdireksiz yok mene.
My brother, another brother who also disabled after a traffic accident, and he also disappeared.
Benim üçüncü ukam.
My third brother.
2 balası batı.
He had 2 children.
Kuş gezek to'g'ilgan, qanunsuz to'g'ildi deb 50,000 jazo.
Later had the third children, they were twins, and they were fined 50,000 yuan.
Cezada ölgen benim bu mu izdireksiz yok.
However, they also disappeared.
Bu meniki en küçük ukam, bununki balası toğulgan, işkay boğan bu yenge toğulgan balasının resmi yok. Ama bu bir kızı vardı, kızıyla 3 tane resmi. Bunun töte ailesi boyunca yok.
My youngest brother, who had a child, who had a 2-year-old kız mıydı?
Oğul bir oğul bir kız.
Okay, yeah, had two children, and also they disappeared, made to disappear.
Bu benim bacam, Abdülhakim Kasım. Ben Norveç'ten 2016 yılı 5.000 kron pul evetken pulunu tapışıp ağandı yılla. Şu bugün pulunu tapışıp aldı, tutup gitti, 15 yılı kolağıp gitti.
My uncle, after I sent 5,000 kron from Norway, after accepted, take that money, and he was arrested and given 15 years prison sentence.
Bizimki iqtisad jihatdan hech qanday qiyinchiligimiz yo'q. Hammamiz do'konlardan chiqib, o'yinini chiqib, hammasi park qilibdi. Men Qozog'istonda bir odamni avatdim. Avatib qilsam u odam izni topolmadi. Hech qanday iz daraksiz yo'q. Bularninki o'ylar kang o'ylar bo'lyapti. Hammasi bir yerda. U o'yinning hech qasi yo'q. Park aylantirib, bu 5 yilga xabarini olamayaptimi?
All my family, my extended families, they financially quite well off, had a big houses and they had shops. They knocked down all the houses and converted into a park. I learned that after sending someone from Kazakhstan to look for my family members.
Thank you for showing us those photographs. Mr. Sabi, if possible, may copies of them, with the witnesses' consent, be retained for our benefit.
Yes, sir.
Professor Kaur.
On condition for paragraph 15, condition 4, you were asked to take a picture with police, I assume Norwegian police, and send it to them. Is this because they wanted to circulate it and show that you're a criminal, a terrorist, extremist?
Andım şu 4 şart koyuptu. 4 şartın ki birisi sizni Norvegiyanın saqçısı bilen bir resim düşüp evetin deptu. Sizce bularning ki maqsadi aşı resimni düşkenden keyin sizni bir terrorchi yoki bölgünchi degan ashundaq bir nimalar bilan qarlamoqchi, shu maqsad bilan
Shu maqsad bilan qilgan.
Yes, that is correct.
All three?
Üç yıl maqsadmi?
Yani biri şerrin de birayman.
Yo'q, uni emas. Eng oxirgi sizni saqchi bilan birga rasmga tushib, ularning 4 chatdan hamiz qo'lda bor. Nazar. U nima maqsadda demakchi?
Ular maqsadni men ham ko'p gumon qildim. Yo'qmaydi meni eski ko'stib, shu mana bu Yevropadan tutib qoldi, eski bo'lgandan keyin bu vatanga asli qolgan yo'qmaydi bir bizni qarchaplab turib, shu bayonotlar medyada ko'rsatish uchun shu resim evet degan maqsadlar.
Well, I can only kind of guess that the only thing that I can think of that after obtaining that picture that with police they might want to present me as a criminal. Even in that country I was arrested by, and so that I believe that was the purpose.
And they were the police who asked you? Who were they?
Bu sizin şu resim uçup yollagın deganlar saqchilar mı, kimlar?
Saqchilar.
Police.
Specifically, what kind of police? Can you say?
Qandaq darajadagi saqchi xodimlar ular?
Ya men qandaq saqchi darajada uni uqmayman. Saqchilardan bana mesela puhraç kiygen, saqchi kiygen kiyimdiler bana telefon qildi, video ko'rsatdi. Ko'rsatgan zaman şu şartni dedi bana. Bu şartni qilsa dedi. Dep bo'lib, ocham bilan akam vaqirab ketdi, telefonni o'chiryapti.
All I know that they were police because through that video I saw they were wearing police uniform, and they told me those 4 conditions. Then I heard the screaming of my brother and sister. Then they turned off the video.
And this was in Kuchar County, is that right?
Bu aşı Kucha nahiyedeki.
Toksun nahiyedeki.
Toksun.
Okay. Thank you.
Rosie, thank you very
Sir
much
Jeffrey.
for coming to give evidence.
Sir Jeffrey, if I can ask a
Oh, I'm so sorry, Mr.
apologies.
Abraham.
I'd just like to rephrase one question I could have put better. Mr. Rosie, could you tell us what were the physical or mental consequences, if any, of being held in the water prison?
Yani özünüzdeki cismani hem de ruhi cihette qandaq bir özgürüşlər oldu, qandaq
O cisman cihette ben acizlap kettim. Ruhi cihetten tüyüşüp kettim desem burada. Ben uzun izin kilamadım.
Physically I became weak and psychologically it took me long time to recover. I was almost finished at that time.
Thank you, Mr. Rosie.
Rosie, thank you for coming to give evidence. Your evidence is now concluded.
Mr. Chairman, one point of information. You did ask whether the first witness was subject to any negative information from Chinese government. She was. This is Golbahar Jalilova. And the questions were put to her.
You're quite right. It was I was mistaken. I read out the name of another witness for whom no findings were made, and the second and third witness and this witness, they were not subject of any allegations. Thank you for that correction. As a result of extreme discipline on the part of the panel, we've now finished 5 minutes earlier than the worst expectation, but I think it would be an act of generosity to say lunch until 2:30.
Thank you.
Assalamu alaykum, hörmətli görürmənlər. Görüvatqanlar Erkin Asiya Radiosu Uyğur bölümünün Naq Meydan proqramısı. Biz bugün Angliyanın paytaxtı Londonda içilayotgan Uyğur Sot kollegiyasının 3-cü günlük Naq Meydan ispat beriş yığınını sizlərinin huzurunuza təqdim qılatımız. Mən Alim. Bu yaq bolsa Erkin Asiya Radiosu Uyğur bölümünün müavin direktörü Mehmetcan Efendi.
Assalamu alaykum, hörmətli görürmənlər. Ekranımıza xoş gəldinlər. Bugün dep ötkünümüzdek Angliyada işləyotgan Uyğur Sot kollegiyasının 3-cü günlük Naq Meydan anıltışı huzurunuzda bolup atıdı. Hazır 3-cü günlük guvalıq beriş yığınının 1-ci basqıçı tamamlandı. Biz tövəndə şu vaxtda qısqaça məlumat verib ötümüz. Ondaqda Alim efendim siz şu ədigəndə, yəni ədgənlik 1-ci basqıçlıq guvalıq beriş səhnəsində guvalıq verib ötkən kişilərini biraz tanışdırıb ötkən bolsunuz.
Boladı, əlbəttə. Bugün ettiğini guva bəgən birinci guvaçı olsa Qazaqstanlıq Uyğur şahid Gülbahar Celilova xanım. İkinci sözlügen olsa Avstraliya Strategilik Tədqiqat İnstitutunun tədqiqatçısı Nathan Russer efendi. Ondan keyin iki Uyğur denizat özünün hem aylarının beşə kelgan qara kunlar üstüdə isbat bəgən boldu. Birincisi Habibullah Ahad, ikincisi Ömer Roza efendi. Unda bolsa Mehmetcan efendi, siz aldı bilen şu birinci bob guvalıq bəgən Gülbahar Celilova xanımның şu guvalıqdaki mühim nöqtələrini bizning görürmənlər bilen birlikdə bir hem beklerlangan bolsunuz.
Elbette oldu. Bundaqda elbette Gülbahar Celilova xanımını biz 2018 yılının axırdan başlap 2019 yılının 5'ten başlap tanışıp başladık. Çünkü bu hanım 2018 yılı 15. may 2018 yılı oktyabr aylarında koyup verildi o değil mi? Sentabrda koyup verildiken, koyup verilip bir mezgilden keyin Qozog'istonga qaytib kelgan. Ondan keyin axborotga so'zlab o'zining beshiq kelgan qora kunlarni tanishtirib kelayotgan bir shoidning birisi, lager shoidining birisi. Bu xonimninki biz guvohlik jarayoniga diqqat qilgan bo'lsak, biz diqqat qilgan bir nechta nuqta bor. Albatta biz necha vaqt niyaq deb kelyapmiz, tadqiqotchilarni o'tirib qo'yib kelyapti, bayonotchilarni o'tirib qo'yib kelyapti. Lagerda milyonlagan odamlar bor, manch million degandek sonliq ma'lumotlar aniq bo'layotdi, degan o'xshamagan farqli sonliq ma'lumotlar bor. Ba'zi tadqiqotchilar 1,800,000 dan 3 milliongacha degan sonliq ma'lumotlarni o'tirib qo'ydi. Ammo yana bir narsani unutmasligimiz kerakki, bu sonlar ismlardan, chiroylardan, jinslardan tarkib topganda. Albatta. O'g'andan keyin bu xonimnikida eng odamning diqqat qilish tegishli bo'lgan bir narsa nima desangiz, bu xonim chiqqanda yog'i o'zi bilan lagerda turib baqqan 60'dan ortiq lagerdashining ismini, yeshini ham ularninki ilib kelinish sababi haqidagi ma'lum uchurlarni xotirlatmagan. Bu bir diqqat qilish tegishli bir nuqta. Chunki bu yerdagi lagerdagi odamlarning ismi, jismi, ularninki yeshi o'tirib qo'yilsa, u yerdagi bir odamga nisbatan konkretniy tuyg'u paydo bo'ldi ekanda, insonlik bir chiroy berildi ekan buni. Ularning inson borligini bildigan bir usul ekan, bu bek muhim usul ekan deb qaradim. Bu ayolninki bu jihatga tirishchanlikqa abrin aytmay turolmaydi nurg'un tashkilotchilar deb qarayman men.
Albatta.
Undan boshqa bu xonimninki yana bir alohidligi tutilgan chislar, ekkirilgan lagerlarning ismi, hatta shu qamalgan kamerninki nomerlarigacha 708, 404 degandek. Undan boshqa yana lager kamerlarninki o'rlashtirilishi. Ham bu yerdagi qancha kvadrat metr, bu yerda qancha odam bor, hatto o'zininki ma'lum darajada egallagan uchurlari bilan ularninki ro'yi kayfiyati, badandagi yaralar, jarohatlar, hatto bir qizninki biz so'roqxonadan ekilgandan keyin ish chaqirib tutmoqchi bo'ladi. Ma'niki bu xonimninki bergan bayonotida, yozma bayonotida. Uni tutsa, beshininki milik bo'lib ketganligini yozdi. Shuni bayonlarmi nojonliq, ham tabiiy bir ahvolni suratlaydi. To'g'ri. Yana bir bayon bir sot so'rdi. Siz bu yerdagi qiyin qistoq uchirganlardan qanday belgilarni ko'rdingiz degan vaqtida ba'zilarining tirnoqlari sug'urib o'tilgan, ba'zilarining tirnoqlarining ostiga jinglar tiqilgan degandek shu qiyin qistoqlarningki alomatlarini yaxshi bayon qiladi. Bu ayolninki, bu xonimning biz ko'zitish iqtidorining nihoyat yuqori ekanligini, o'zining tartibli bir ayol ekanligini uningga diqqat qilmay turolmaymiz. Endi yana so'chlarga hatta Xitoy hukumatidan o'zining oilasiga kelgan xatninki kopiyasini so'rgan vaqtida bizlar buni o'rtoqlashamiz desa, yo'q bu asl nusxasi, men sizlarga kopiyasini beray deydi-ku. Demak, bu yerda yana biz ügündiğen bir nokta, şu dava kılavatkallar, özünün dava, falan vaqtimiki işte bir xat kelgan emas, mush xanım o'xshash, hujjatning o'zi ma'lum xat miyat turibdi. Mana buni sizlarga hatto so'chib olsanglar sizlarga beramayman buni. Men sizlarga faqat kopiya nusxasini beray. To'g'ri, original o'zim. Demak, bu yerda tartiblik yana bo'lgan, shu o'zining ishi bo'lgan, o'zining kiyimish qilayotgan ishi bo'lgan bir xil mas'uliyatni ko'rgan oldu. Ta'sirlik yaldır şu, bu xanım 2018 yılı sentabrda 15 aydan keyin qo'yib berildi. Bu xanımning beshiq kelgan qor kunlarmi, yana biz burun anglab kelayotgan mayli Tursunay Ziyovuddin bo'lsin, mayli Mehrgul Tursun bo'lsin, mayli Qozoq qarindishimiz Savodbay xonim bo'lsin, Sayragul Savodbay bo'lsin. Ularninki Sayragul Savodbay o'zi bu mahbus bo'lmasmi, ammo mahbuslik hayotini ma'lum shaklda beshdan kechirgan, xo'rlangan bir mahbusni o'qituvchining birisi, ammo bularning hammasining ko'rgandiki o'rtaq bir hikoyalar bor. Ular berilgan dori, darmaklar, ukullar, badan tekshirishlar hammasi o'xshash bo'lganligi uchun biz bu jihatga to'xtalmaymiz, ammo menga diqqat qilgan bir nuqta bu ayolning bayon deb o'tgandek soat, chislar, odamlarning ismlari, hujjat material, qo'yib berilgan o'rin, qo'yib berilgan vaqt, berilgan dorilarning shakllari, buningdagi tafsilotlar adamның diqqətini çəkdi. Mən bu şunaqlarını mühim və başqalarını öyrənişə tegishlik tərəflərmikin deb qaradım.
Məşu nöqtələr siz degan əməliyyatda məşu sotqa keraklik nöqtələrçi. Çünki bularmı aşu eləqə bir çağda bolğandı, bir yılı bolğandı emas, ay gün çisla naq aş nəslər bolsa, bu dəlil isbat degan şunda болады əlbəttə. Şunun əlbəttə bu xanımның bəgən guvalığının rolu çoğ болады. Bu xanımның mənə hayran qalğanım əmdi. Bu xanım özü Qazaqstanda tug'ilgan Uyg'ur xanım, Qozog'istonning grajani. Hamda bizning vatanga berib besodlar bilan shug'ullangan bo'lsa, Xitoy hukumati bu chet ellik amaliyoti. Bu chet ellikni tutib, Xitoyning kimligini berib u yerga, Shenfenjan degan narsani berib, uning davlat tavalligi hatto kimligini o'zgartib, xuddi bizning vatandagi bir Uyg'urga muomala qilgandek lagerga bir solab, hozir siz bayon qilgan ham ishni qilganda, bu shuningga bu ilaqi Uyg'urlarni tutish hozir faqatlam bu ilaqi bizning vatandagi Uyg'urlarga cheklanib qolmaganligi. Ham buning doirasining Uyg'urlar bo'lsang, sen Qozog'istonlik Uyg'ur bo'lamsa, yo Turkiyalik Uyg'ur bo'lamsa, sen chet elning pasportini ko'tarib kelamsa, Xitoy hukumatining siyosatining o'xshashligini mush xonimning bayonlari orqali albatta isbotlag'ili bo'ladi.
To'g'ridaysiz. Masalan, yana iliq savollarga javob bergan vaqtidami, iliq savollarga bergan javoblari o'zininki shu 5ni o'tgan ishlarni tasvirlash bilan birga, yenda o'tag'anlarning ahvolidan xabar berishga tirishadi. Masalan, qaysi qizning o'lib ketganini, qizning ismi bor. Ismidan tortib, yeshidan tortib deb berlaydi. Hatto bir turmaga doktorxonasiga tekshirishga olib borgan vaqtida u yerda yenda turgan iliq bir qiz bolani ko'z tutdi 25 yoshlar atrofidagi yosh qiz bola. Uning beqiniga bir xalt esiqliq, uning jirin qonlar chiqib turgan bir xalti va almashtirdi, xalaga to'kidi. Uningdan so'rsak, keyin lagerda bilyatdi. Bir börekini elib o'tganligini so'raydi. Demak, bu yerda sotchilar yana bu qatimqi shu xonimdan so'ragan, excuse me, kechirsizlar. So'ragan savollarninki yana bir muhim nuqtasi bu adamlarninki, mahbuslarninki organlarga bo'lgan qiziqish bek bo'ldi. Sizlar organ shu ilib olganligini, oldiganligini qanday bildinglar desa, ashta gaplar bo'lganda deb uningga javob bergan bo'ldi. Hatto o'zining shu vahimida yashaganligini dedi. Tekshirishlarni qarasak, bu savollarning ko'pinchilari sizlarni qanday tekshirdi, nima uchun tekshirdi, tekshirishdan ilgari qanday ishlar bo'ldi. Qarasam, mening diqqat qilishimcha, bugungi bu Gulbar Jelilova xonimdan so'ragan savollarning yana bir qismi shu hozir biz medialarda ancha-muncha ko'rib kelayotgan nozik temalarning birisi bu.
Albatta.
Shu sezgir tema bu, shu organ etkazchiligi, organ elib olish, organ harvesting deydi bu inglizcha mediada. Organ elish, ya'ni ko'chirish, organlarni elib olishga oid bo'ldi. Gulbar Jelilova xonimninki javoblarda bir xil samimiylikmi har zaman chiqib turdi. Yana adamninki diqqatni qo'zg'aydigan bir nuqta, bu o'zining atrofida bo'layotgan ishlarga diqqat qilib turgan. Kuzatib turgan. Masalan deydi, biz avtobuslarga chiqarilib tekshirishga olib borilamiz. Tekshirilgan doktorlarmi, doktorxonami lagerlarning qap o'tirisidagi bo'lak odamlar kirmaydigan, faqat mahbuslar ham kiradigan bir doktorxona, bir qavatlik. U yerda biz har xil tekshirishlarni qilingandan keyin biz bilmaymiz nima ish qildi. Bu tekshirib kelganlar har xil guruhlarga ayrildi. Bu yerda nima uchun degan bir savol chiqdi. Shu demak, bu yerda bu sotchilarmi, bu yerdagi mutaxassislarmi shuning oid savollarni najiq so'radi. Masalan, qiz boldan siz börekingizning hatto ilingan vaqtida nima uchun ilinganligini bildingizmi? Bu saqmati yo kasal bo'lganlik uchun ilindimi? degan savollarni so'radi. Endi bu yerda birisi uningdan faqat bu savollar so'rilgan vaqtida menimcha nurg'a odamlar diqqat qildi. Nima uchun bu savolni so'ragandi deb. Men diqqat qildim, nima uchun so'rganligini men endi bir muxbir bo'lish sifatida bilan ma'lum darajada faraz qildim. Ammo bu sotchilar mutaxassis bo'lish sifati bilan cho'qim o'zininki bir chiqayotgan bir nuqtasi, so'rayotgan bir maydoni bo'lish kerak deb o'yladim. Buni cho'qim ular o'zi biladi.
Ular endi so'raganda shu tunigami degandek, bular bu endi irqiy qirg'inchilikni isbotlash uchun qurilgan sot bo'lgan ekan, irqiy qirg'inchilikning uning elementlari bo'ldi. Shuningga munosib bu yerda Xitoy hukumati sistemalik holda bir davlat sifatida Uyg'ur, Qozoq, Qirg'iz, O'zbek qolgan yerlik millatlarga bu irqiy qirg'inchilik jinoyati o'tkazyapti deyish uchun bu sistemalik bir odamga emas, o'xshash turdagi begunoh odamlarga o'xshash turdagi qiyin qistoqlar va yoki ishga o'rgana olamdi degan hamma narsani isbotlash shu guvohlarning so'zi orqali shuni bilmoqchi. Uni ananikin shunday ish bo'pti, bu paket mush narsalarni dalillash uchun bo'lgan ekan, bu bular jiqroq so'rgan savollari mushundaq. Hamda u yozma narsalar tunigan deb aytib ketdik. Har bir shohidning yozma materialini allburun sudga berib qo'ygan. O sudda bor. Sudning maqsadi bularning faqatlam o yozma materialni qaytadan bir qur o'qib chiqishni uchun bularni taklif qilmaydi albatta bu sudga va yoki o oq ko'rinishni burungi hikoyani so'zlab berish uchun emas. Bo'lib shu 2016-yilga kelgandan beri shu Xitoy hukumatining ijro qilayotgan yangi siyosatining natijasining qanday bo'lganligi ham uning xalqaro qonun bo'yicha bu irqiy qirg'inchilik yoki insoniyatga qarshi jinoyat yoki etnik tozalash bo'lamdi deb uch narsaning birligini shu guvohchilarning bergan dalil isbot orqali og'zidan chiqqan javob orqali shuni albatta mo'ljarlab oxiri shu hukmni chiqirdi. Shuningmi bularning so'rgan savollari mana ko'ryapmiz, nihoyat atrofli, nihoyat muhim, ham nihoyat inchika.
Bek inchika. Mening shu kuzatishimcha hamda Gulbahor Jalilova mening guvohlik berishini tafsili anglab chiqdik-ku. Mushatdiki kuzatishi egallagan uchurlari, o'ziningki his qilganlari nihoyat tartibli, ratlik bu bek menga ta'sir qilgan taraflardan birisi bo'ldi. Hamda siz bu yerda yana Angliyalik Avstraliyalik tadqiqotchi, Avstraliya strategik tadqiqot institutining tadqiqotchisi, yaqindan buyon medialarda diqqat qo'zg'ayotgan bir institut. Shuning tadqiqotchisi Nathan Ruther efendim guvohlik berdi. Siz mush efendimning deganlarini bizning anglag'uchilar bilan bir o'rtoqlashgan bo'lsangiz, chunki bu inglizcha bo'lgan bir guvohlik berish bo'ldi. Shunga bir tafsilroq tushuntirsangiz, nimalar bo'ldi bunda?
Albatta, bu Nathan Ruther efendi Australian Strategic Policy Institute deydi, hamda ular Avstraliyalik strategik tadqiqot institutining bir tadqiqotchisi. Bu bir o'zini abaytin ko'rgandek naq maydonda bu bir yosh bir tadqiqotchi. Bu tadqiqotchi ham bu tadqiqot instituti shu 2017 mobaynida bular keyin bir qancha qitim shu lagerlarga munosabatli cho'ng dokladlarni e'lon qildi. Bular e'lon qilgan eng muhim dokladning biri yana bular 380 ga yaqin lagerlarning qurilganligi. Shu lagerlarda Uyg'ur, Qozoq, Qirg'iz qatorliq yerlik millatlarning so'llanganligi. Mushu to'g'risida bu tadqiqotni bularning qanday tadqiq qilganligi, yana sun'iy amrodan qanday ko'rganligi. Bular tayangan chog'dimi hamda bir sun'iy amro emas, bir qancha sun'iy amroninki o'xshash bo'lmagan vaqtida tortilgan rasmlari. Lagerdan sirt yana Xitoy hukumatining Uyg'urning mechitlari degandek tarixiy so'rinlarni chiqishi qatorliqlarning hammasining qanday qilib bular kuzatganligi ham uning natijasining qanday bo'lganligini o'zining tadqiqot dokladi orqali nihoyat yaxshi sharhlab o'tgan bo'ldi. Andan keyin bu yerda bu so'chlarni so'rdi, bizlarning tadqiqotining hamda bo'libmi bular albatta rostligini qanday bilamiz. Chunki Xitoy hukumati bularga bir qancha qitim hujum qilgan bo'ldi. Bular yag'an bo'libmi 2 kundan oldida bu Nathan Ruther'ning ismini atab turib, bu guvohchi bo'lganligi uchun Xitoyning tashqi ishlar ministrining bayonotchilari keyindan hujum qilgan bo'ldi. Shuningga bu qo'pib, masalan, Xitoy hukumati bularni lager emas, bu 380 ga bo'lgan zavod, doktorxona o'tdi, bitdi deb tushundigan bo'lsa, bu Nathan Ruther yaxshi tushundiki, bu masalan biz uzun vaqtlik kuzatish, uning kuzatgan chog'da masalan bu tomlarning qo'pirilishi, yasilishi, tomning ustida nima bor, apparat bormi, sim bormi, yana birsi
kuzatish munari,
askar turgan kuzatish munari qatorliqlar bormi? Mushuning asosan biz uzun muddat kuzatish orqali bularningki haqiqatan lagerligi, ularning cho'ng kichikligi, qancha odam sig'adigan, sig'maydiganligi degandek narsalarni yaxshi tushuntirib o'tib ketdi. Ammo masalan bular haqiqatan bir tadqiqot instituti bo'lganligi uchun masalan bular ba'zi ishlarni xato qilgan bo'lsa agar ilgari bir so'tchi undan so'radi, masalan sizlar keyin buni e'lon qilgandan keyin bir xatoliklar Xitoy hukumati hujum qilishlarga masalan, ammo bir xatoliklarni topdinglarmi degan chog'da bir lagerni misol qilib biz mushuni bir lager deb yozilayotgan vaqtida qarsak lagerga o'xshaganlik uchun bu cho'qim lager deb yakun chiqardik, ammo keyin qarsak bu lager emas, boshqa bir narsa bo'lganligi uchun biz uni qaytadan korrektorlik qilib uni o'zgartirib bu xato ekan deb uni lager emas ekan degan yakun keldik deydi. Ammo qolganlar da asosan hech qanday bir chatoq chiqmadi. Qolganlarning hammasi asosan lager. Biz buni nihoyatda yaqindan tortib kuzatib keldik. Yana nurg'un Uyg'ur shohidlarning qolgan shohidlarning degan so'zlari asosan hamda shu nurg'un yerning haqiqatan lager shu yerda şahitlarning, ya'ni atalmış Xitoy hukumati deyotgan o'quvchilarning shu yerda turayotganligining rostligini isbotlagan bo'ldik deb umumyuzlik yana bir tarafdan desak, ya'ni bu Uyg'urlarning og'zidan shaxsiy o'zining beshidan o'tgan qora kunlarini, fojialarni shu ma'lum bir lagerda tushuntirib o'tgan bo'lsa, bu Nathan Ruser apandi hamda shu lagerlarning o'rni, joyi, ko'lami, qanchalik odamning sig'inganligi, qancha lagerning borligi bularning tadqiqotida bularning institutda tadqiqotda hamda bu 380 lager deb lagerni topgan qasan emas, albatta Xitoy hukumati o'zining Baidu tor betida o'chirib tashlamoqda u yerni, xuddi o'rmonlik yo jangalda qilib ko'rsatib. Shuningga bularning topgani 380 bo'lsa, Adrian Zaniz apanning tadqiqotida hamda 1000 dan oshdi deb deyilgan. Ammo aniq soni abaytin siz degandek, hamda bu lagerda yotgan odamning sonini Xitoy hukumatidan boshqa hech kim bilmaydi albatta, aniq sonini. Hamda paraz Adrian Zaniz apanning asosan hozirgacha shu son bir mukammal son deb qaralib, shu son Amerika Amerika tashqi ishlar ministridan tortib nurg'un davlatlar shuni ishlatyapti. Hozir 1.18 million Uyg'urni asos qilgan turkiy millatlarning shu lagerda yotganligini. Shuningga bu Nathan Ruser apandining bugungi bo'lgan ilmiy tadqiqotga asosan bergan bu tushundirishi bu sotning mushu lagerlarning bir emas, ikki emas, masalanda 380 lagerning bularning hozirgi zaman eng yangi sun'iy hamroh texnikasi orqali topganligi ham u lagerning cho'ng kichikligi, uning ichidagi odamning qanchalik odamning patadiganligini isbotlab chiqishi bu ilgari ko'rib boqmagan bir texnikalik yangi mo'jiza desak ham bo'ldi.
Natijada, albatta adam o'zimiz lager guvohchilarining, shohidlarining so'zini anglagan vaqtimizda bular faqat o'zininki yendik odamlarga gap qilmaydiganligini aytadi-ku.
Shunday.
Bular qanchalik qabihlikka yo'liqsin, bu faqat o'zininki kichikgina shu necha kvadrat metrlik bir uydagi qabihlikni ko'rdi. Shu yerdagi odamlarning ma'lum darajada ko'ralaydi, ham tushunalaydi, ham ma'lum darajada Gulbar Jelilova xonim deb o'tgandek azroq paranglish fursatiga ega bo'lib, ular bilan bir o'zininki kechmishlarini o'rtoqlash fursatiga ega bo'ladi. Ammo ularningki qanchalik lagerning borligi, u lagerda hatto qancha uyning borligini bilishga imkoni yo'q. Buna sharoitda siz degandek shu Nathan nimga o'xshash, Rusga o'xshash, dangliq mutaxassislarningki buni har bir nuqtadan sun'iy hamroh suratlar orqali bir yerga ekilishi cho'ng bir natija beradigan bir bu lager degan bu hukmni bir yerga ekildigan, cho'ng bir ko'rinish bir yerga ekildigan bir tadqiqot natijasi deb qarashga bo'ldi ekan. Demak, 380 lagerda demak Gulbahor Jelilovadak, Sumrat Davuddek, 10 minglagan, 100 minglagan demek milyon odamlar, ashtaq odamlardan tarkib topganligini, buni adam eskiga bo'ldigan bir natija ekan deb qarashga bo'ldi ekan. Demak, mush nuqtadan elib aytgan vaqtida bu odamningki bu tadqiqot institutining tadqiqotini nihoyat yuqori bag'lash mumkin ekan deb o'yladim men.
Shunday gap. Bu Xitoy hukumati Nathan Ruser apandining bularning tadqiqot bu siyosat tadqiqot markaziga keng ko'lamli hujum qilib bularni yag'anchi aldamchiga chiqarish urindi. Anikin bu odamning bu degan so'zlaridan keyin yana masalan bizning radioda minbadik. O'tgan qitim biz kishilik huquqni kuzatish tashkiloti bilan birlikda masalan Aqsu tizimligini e'lon qilgan bo'ldik. Bu tizimlikda 3000 dan ortiq Uyg'urning ismi, kimlik nomeri, yoki ayolligi, qaysi kamerlarda kimlarning yotganligi degandek uchurlar.
Qarqash tizimligi ne demoqchi bo'lsiz?
Yo'q, Aqsu tizimligi. O Qarqash tizimligi Asiya Uyg'ur xonim Adrian Zanizlar bilan International Consortium of Investigative Journalists, ICIJ shular e'lon qilgan o Qarqash tizimligi, uning nima ish kushman Qarqashdagi Xotan Qarqashdagi Uyg'urlarning tizimligi tutilish sabablari kirgizilgan bo'lsa, Aqsu tizimligida uning 3000 yaqin Aqsudagi Uyg'urlarning qandasiga so'langanligi ko'rsatilgan. Anan keyin bu undan keyin masalan biz yaqinda bizning radioda berdik Shanxay tizimligini, Shanxaylis. Buning Xitoy hukumatining Shanxaydagi uning soqchi idorasining masalan 10 ming yaqin Uyg'ur, Qozoq, Qirg'iz, O'zbek degandek Turkiy qarindoshlarning ism tizimligi borligini. Uning ichida bir 160 dan ortiq Uyg'ur bolalarning bularning
yashiga
to'shmagan bularningki aran 5-6 yoshdagi bolalarning terror gumondori deb kirgizilgan. Onundan keyin yana bir yüzüge yaqin 70-80 dan ishib ketgan Uyg'ur cho'nglarni, pishqadamlarni,
Uyg'ur sarxillari, ziyolilarning ismlari.
Aşı 70-80 dan oshganlar bo'limi terror gumondori deb kirgizganligi, unimi bunimi masalan mush insonlarning emasmi, balkim nurg'unlari mush lagerlarda mush 380. Shuningga bu apandimning Nathan Ruserning bularning tadqiqot markazining o'ynagan roli bo'libmi, Xitoy hukumatining Uyg'urlarga qarata ilib berayotgan bu 2016dan beri ilib berayotgan bu qabik siyosatining tabiatini bularning tadqiqotini aniq tushuntirib berdi albatta.
To'g'ri deysiz. Demak bu organ o'zining shu o'ynagan halqılık ajallik rolları sebepli Xitoy hukumatining izchil hujumiga uchrab keldi. Bularning tadqiqotchilaridan bu Ruster efendimning boshqa
yani bir
Vicky xonim deb bir ayol bor. Vicky Shu degan bir ayol bor. Tegi Xitoydan o'zi kelgan. Shuningga bu nuqtada turib bu ayolmo sotsial mediada Xitoyninki hujum qilishiga bularninki axloqiy va har xil jihatdagi tuhmatlarga duch kelgan bo'ldi. Demak bu nimani ko'rsatdi sizningcha?
Bu hamda nimani ko'rsatdi desak, hamda Xitoy hukumati agar masalan bu Avstraliya strategik siyosiy tadqiqot instituti ham uningdagi tadqiqotchilar, siz misol olgan Vicky Shu xonim Xitoy naslidan bo'lgan Avstraliyalik, Xitoydan cho'ng quruqlikni Avstraliyaga berib o'qib shu yerda qolgan bir xonim. U xonim Nathan Ruser yana bir qancha tadqiqotchilarning kaynidan mushundaq cho'ng tadqiqot dokladlarini chiqarishi ham Avstraliyadagi Uyg'urlar bilan yaqindan munosabat o'rnatib, Avstraliyadagi Uyg'urlarning ham ularning urug' tuqqanlarining lagerlardagi fojialarini bilish orqali bu dokladlarni chiqargandan keyin Xitoy hukumati hamda bularga qarshi keng ko'lamlik ta'tir tashviqot ham hujumni boshladi hamda. Nathan Rusen bo'lsin, Vicky Shu bo'lsin, bu tadqiqot markazi bo'lsin, bularni qaralash, ayiblash. Hamda biz bilganda Xitoy hukumati uzun yillardan yoki kim Xitoy hukumatiga ta'sir ko'rsatsa yoki Xitoy hukumatining ilib borgan mana shunday jinoyatlarni xalqaro so'rinlarda oshkorlashda ishonchli ilmiy tadqiqotlar Xitoy hukumati hamda shularga keng ko'lamda hujum qiladi. Ondan sonra biz ko'rdik, shu tuniga o'lishgan yoki 3 kun mobaynida guvohlik berayotgan mayli Uyg'ur, Qozoq, Qirg'iz yoki chet ellik tadqiqotchi bo'lsin, kim bo'lsin, Xitoy hukumati shularga hujum qilyotdi. Bu sotning o'ziga boshlanishdan 2 kun burun keng ko'lam hujum qildi. Bular yag'an aldamchi, yag'an natija chiqardi. Ham bu sotni tashabbus qilgan Dunyo Uyg'ur qulti ham Dolqin Aysoga keng ko'lamda hujum qildi. Ya'ni Xitoy hukumati hamda hammamiz bilmizkin kimdan qo'rqsa shuni ayiblaydi, tillaydi, qarlaydi, shaytonlashtirdi, uning inovatiga hujum qiladi. Bu Avstraliyadagi strategik siyosat tadqiqot markaziga hujum qilishmi, shundan derak berish kerak.
Rahmat. Bugun deganda yana o'zimizning timsiga qaytib kelsak, bir necha ishkalam bor, ya'ni 2 Uyg'ur guvochi bor. Bularning orasida Abibullah Ahad, Ömer Rozi qatorliqlar bor. Bu ikkisi diniy zot. Siz Ömer Rozi efendimning deganlari haqida ozroq bir
bo'ladi.
Tushuncha berib o'tgan bo'lsangiz yaxshi bo'ladi.
Ömer Rozi efendim hozir ko'rdik, naq maydonda isbot berdi bu odam. Bu odamning bergan isboti albatta har bir guvochining bergan isboti bir-biridan ta'sirlik, odam hayron qolgandek mazmunlar ne so'zlab o'tdi, o'zining oilasidagi vaziyatni qandayligidan boshqa yana o'z ko'zi bilan ko'rgan turmida ilgari yotgan lagerlardagi ahvolni so'zlab o'tib ketdi. Bu odamning oxiridagini albatta o'zining urug' tuqqanlari bilan, qarindoshlari bilan Xitoy hukumati so'ziltib, daz so'zlayotgan chog'da 2 soqchi chiqib, andan keyin o'zining qarindoshlarining jig'izori qilib, andan keyin o'chirayotganligini, bu odamga qanchalik tahdid qilganligini so'zlab o'tib ketdi. Bu orqali ko'rib olamizki, bu Xitoy hukumati bu Ömer Rozi efendilar emas, chet elki nurg'un xalqaro matbuotda so'zlagan ham guvohlik bergan Uyg'urlarga urug' tuqqanlari, qarindoshlarini mushundaq soqchilar qishib turib tahdid silishning umumyuzlik ekanligini isbotlasa, yana bir tarafdan albatta televizorlarga chiqib tahdid qilyapti. Undan sirt menga eng qattiq ta'sir qilgani bu odam so'zlab o'tib ketdi. O'zining yaqin do'sti ne Xitoy hukumati, Xitoy soqchilari shu oldida turib, shu bir pay o'qlan emas, nurg'un pay o'qlan itib o'ltirib, poch qilib, o Uyg'urning badini ko'z oldida ko'rsatib turib, ankin bu odamga berib, shu odamning shu o'zining do'sti, og'inisi səbişinin bədənini bu xaltıq silişqə məcbur bolğan bu adam. Şunu. Bu əmdi bu eləqi 21-ci əsrdə müştə iş bulamdı deb adamdan qalısaq kildi, heyran qaldı. Bu Uyğur emas, hər qanda bir millətə, hər qanda bir dövlətdə bunda iş bolsa, heç qanda adam şengisi kəmi gedək. Bu xuddi bir 100 yılın, 200 yılın aldıda bolğan yoki Nazi Germaniyasında bolğan bir işlami gedib kallasığa keladigandak, muşundaq bir faciəni sözləb ötəb getdi bu adam. Anikin su türməsində məsələn, orundan turub su türmə məsələn, tünəgən mağıldıq su türmə toğusda.
Şu atalığı xəli bir neçə qətim oturğa çıxan boldu.
Ömər Bəy alimi sözləb ötdü, su türmünün qanda boldığını. Ömər Bəy ali degəndə bu su türmədə ayında paskin sesq suğa muşunda müşəgicə boynu çıxıblam turduğan is qoyğan aşında su türmədə çıxdı deb. Düşəndə də həm də bu Ömər Rozəb bəndə həm də şu məclisi üçün müşəgə keldi o. Hər bir 3-4 saatda o sesq paskını soğaq su, anikin 3-4 saatda bir çıxırıb etib o sesq sunu, yəni teqimiz soğaq sesq sunu əkirdi deydi. Həm də su da adamın bədəni əlbəttə uzun turamaydı, bədən çiriydi, həm də işiydi, həm də o degen yəni bir xil, həm də bir qəbih, bir qiynaşının usulu əlbəttə. Olub mu qarşılıq bildəgən, Xitay hökuməti ixrar qıldığan bəzi yox işlarını ixrar qılmağan, yoki qarşılıq tuğan Uyğurlarını apırıb, solğan sorunlarının müşunda işgənligini aiddi inçkilik bilan öz beşini ötkənlik üçün yaxşı düşəndürüb bəgən boldu. Amma onu anlap həm də eləqə köngli yerim bolmaydıgan, köz yeş qılmaydıgan, təsirlənməydigan adam yox deb oylayman. Şuna menimcə siz Habibullah Əhəd əpəndimnin o çoğ fərqlənməydi o adamның degan gapları. Menimcə bu dini zat ailəsinin əhvalını siz bir düşəndürüb bəgən bolsunuz.
Boldu rəhmət, bu yaxşı düşəndürüb bədiniz. Habibullah Əhəd mi, bayam siz dəb ötkənmiş Ömər Roza əpəndimə oxşaş bir dini zat ikən, Kucha Aqsu ətrafında dini oxutuş bilan şug'ullanğan. Həm özününki ustazdan bir neçə balla dərs alğandan özümü 40 neçə balığa uyda şu dindən Quran savadını çıxırışdan təlim bəgən zatның бірсі екен. Бұл затныңки немесе қарайдыған болсақ, бәген гуалыққа қарайдыған болсақ, Қытайныңки 90 жылдан кейінки барын инқилабыдан кейін діни затларға қандақ зарбы бәгерлігіне көріп етелейміз. Біріңді мәселен бір нәче достының ісміні дейді. Бұланыңки әрқыл бұлаңчылық, оғырлық деген жинаятлар білән. Әтті ahırda deydi, dövlətin parçalaşqı urnuş cinayeti bilan etib etilganligini, hətta bəzilərinin 2 il yoki 1 yil kechiktirilib ölüm cəzasına berilganligini sözləb ötüdü. Bunun da bir nərsəyə diqqət qılıb qaldım mən. Şu vaxt, yəni bu adam deydi, biz dövlətin parçalaş deyəndə qanda parçalaydıqanda bunu oxumaydıq deyib. Dövlətin parçalaşqı urnuş dövlət deyəndə bir xodaylıqı bir tavuzdaki yoki nandaki onu parçalab kesib ektirgandek bir xil tuyğu bədi bu adamdan gep. Bu nim degan gap düşənməyə qaldıq deyib. Hətta şunu hukumda düşənməydigan adamlarga Xitoylarninki zərbi bəgərlikini görüb turuyotimiz. Bu yerdə diqqət qıldığan bir nöqtə nima desangiz, bular şu vaqtida qonunda iniqlama bo'lmag'achqa bunday bir odamlarni jazolashga. Balkim Xitoy shu davlatni parchalashga urinish, bulanchilik qilish yoki o'g'irlik qilish degan jinoyatlarni atgan bo'lishi mumkin. Deydi, bular o'g'irlik emas, u haqning narsiga bir nazar ko'zni soldigan odamlar emas edi, diniy zotlar edi bu.
To'g'ri.
Keyin demak Xitoy asosida shu diniy zotlarga har xil nomlar bilan zarb bergan bo'lsa, 2001-yildagi terrorlik, xalqaro terrorlik qarshi urushdan keyin bizningki shu Uyg'ur diniy zotlarga zarb berishda yangi bir atalg'ini tonuşturgan bo'ldi. Shu atalg'i tonuştirilishdan ilgari, ya'ni terrorlik degan atalg'i, terrorizm degan. Shu jinoyatlar bilan jazolaganligini, shu jarayondagi biz siyosiy o'zgarishni ma'lum jihatda ko'rib ketgan bo'ldi ekan. Yana bir muhim nuqta bu odam, bu zotningki guvohligidagi tafsilotlar shu dostlarning ismlari, jilnoma xali tafsili o'tirib qo'yilgan. Demak, ism masalasi xali diqqatni chekadigan bir nuqta ekan deb faraz qildim men.
Shunaqa, bu sotlarda albay deb o'tib ketgandek, bular aniq joy, odam, vaqt, qandaq shaklda nima bo'lganligiga eng havas qiladi. Eliqi yuzaki, eliqi andamiki degan gaplar
abstrakt insonlik ma'lumotlardan u ancha qiziqmaydi.
To'g'ri. Hamda shuningga bu apandimning, lekin Gulbahor Jelilovaning nihoyatda inchiklik bilan o'zi kuzatib, ay kunchislar, ism, familiya qachon bo'lgan, ularning oqibati qanday bo'lgan, o'ldimi yoki böğrüge kesildimi degandek, etibatdimi degan bu ma'lumotlar nihoyatda hamda sotq keraklik uchurlar o'sha hamda paketlar hamda. Shuningga bu apandimning so'zi ham Ömer Roza apandimning so'zlarini biladigan, ya'ni bu Xitoy hukumati garchi hozirgi yangi siyosatni Chinchuanga kelgani yoqi 2016dan keyin boshlagan bo'lsa-mu, Uyg'urlarga bo'lgan, mayli diniy zotlar bo'lsin, mayli vatanparvar Uyg'ur zotlar bo'lsin, ularga bo'lgan ziyonkashlikning xeyli burundan boshlanib bo'lganligini
mavjud ekanligini
bir isboti hamda.
Masalan, Ömer Roza apandim o'zining turmada qandaq tan jazosiga uchraganligini, hatto pochaqlarning muskullaridan bir narsani urilganligi, o'zining ro'yi va jismoniy jihatdan ig'ir zaxmiga uchrab, nech uzungacha zardob chekkanligini, asli kelmaganligini bayon qilib o'tdi. Siz degandek, demak, bularning bayonlari hozirgi shu 2016 yildan burunqi bo'lgan bir vaziyatni ko'rsatsimi, ammo bu Uyg'urlarga selingan, Uyg'ur millatiga qartilgan bu jazolash, zarba berishning faqat yangi emasligini, hatto uningdan burun hatto mavjudligini, ma'lum bir qorong'ulikda, yo'shirunlikda elib berilganligini, davomlashganligini ko'rsatib bera oladigan deb o'yladim men.
To'g'ri, naq shunday bo'ldi. Bunda bo'lsa biz bugun tushdan keyingi shu so'zligichi, shu guvohchilarni bir qurib tanishtirib o'tamdik.
Mayli, siz bir tanishtirib o'tsangiz, shuning bilan vaqt muxolibariga ba'da vaqt munosabati bilan bugungi tanishtirishimizni mishada oxirlashtirsak, siz bir shularni bir tafsiliy tanishtirib o'tsangiz, ya'ni
shunaqa qilib
ko'rganlarimiz bilan xo'shlashsak.
Ataganlik tanishtirishni, ataganlik endi tushdan keyin boshlandi. Buni bir tanishtirib birlik kimlarning so'zlaydiganini. Andan keyin yana ular so'zlab bo'lgandan keyin albatta yana yakunlaymiz.
To'g'ri deysiz.
Bunda bo'lsa, hurmatli ko'ruvchilar, bugun aytganlik bagan guvohchilarning so'zini haminglar naq maydonda yaxshi angladinglar. Bugun tushdan keyin endi guvohlik berganlarning birinchisi Fransiyalik Uyg'ur shoir Gulbahor Aytvoji xonim. O'zinglar bilgandek Gulbahor Aytvoji xonim Qaramayga borgan chaqda burun idoraki xizmatdoshlaridan qaytib kelib pensiya pulingni oldiganga kelib qo'l qo'ysanglar bo'ldi deb aldab borib borgandan keyin solab qo'yib, keyin Amaliyoq Fransiyaning aralashishidan qo'yib bergan. Xonim kelgandan yoqi xalqaro matbuotlarda, so'rinlarda o'zining fojialik qismatini tushundirgan bo'ldi. Ham yaqinda bir kitob chiqdi bu xonimning Fransiyada. Undan keyin Gulbahor xonimdan keyin Amerikadagi Uyg'ur harakatining boshlig'i Roshan Abbas xonim isbot bermoqchi. Roshan Abbas xonimning hadisnimi, Roshan Abbas xonim Amerikadagi Hudson institutida Uyg'urlarning vaziyatini tushundirgandan keyin opirib so'layotgan peti keyin muddatsiz qonvati deb angladik. Shunday-ku, bizning radiodami? Bizning radiodami?
Muddatsiz.
Shuni dalillagan bo'ldik. Undan keyin endi amerikalik tadqiqotchi Darren Bayler apandi. Darren Bayler apandimi tunaganki g'arblik tadqiqotchilarga o'xshash bu apandim Uyg'urshunos. Uyg'ur tilini obdan biladigan, necha vaqtdan yoqi Uyg'urlarning shu ijtimoiy hujumlari, madaniyat qaratgan hujumlar to'g'risida aytdi. Ma'lumoti bor bir akademik bo'lib, bu apandim uzun yoq nurg'un maqolalar va dokladlarni yozgan. Bu odamni tushdan keyin isbot bermoqchi. Undan keyin albatta Mehrigul Tursun xonim, albatta Uyg'urlarga oid tonish. Mehrigul Tursun xonimning Beshga kelgan kunlari texmo fojialik. Bu xonim 3 kezak tug'ib Misrda, andan keyin qaytib boray deganda vatan qaytib borsa 3 bolasini tortib olib o'zini ayirib qilib, keyin bir bolasi baxt qarshi tugab ketadi. Ammo qanday tugab ketini uqmaymiz. Hem o'zi bu to'g'risida albatta isbot berib turdi. Nihoyatda fojialik bir vaziyat hamda. Undan keyin yana bir nomsiz bir guvohchi so'z qilgan. Shu bugun tushdan keyingi dastlabki guvoh berganlar, dastlabki emas, bugun tushdan keyingi 5 guvohchi mushu guvohchilar ekan. Unda Mehmetcan siz be ko'rmanlar bilan
bo'ldi. Rahmat sizga. Hurmatli ko'rmanlar, diqqatingizda Erkin Osiyo radiosuning naq maydon anglitishi. Biz Angliyaning London shahrida ishlayotgan Uyg'ur sot kollegiyasini naq maydondan sizlarga tushuntirib ma'lumot beryapmiz. Anglab o'tganinglardek, bugungi bu sot kollegiyasininki birinchi bosqichligi sot kollegiyasining birinchi bosqichligi 3-kunlik birinchi bosqichlik sot kollegiyasi oxirlashdi. ikkinchi bosqichliq anglash guvohlik berish yig'ini boshlanish oldi turibdi. Davomli ekranimizga diqqat bergaysizlar. Bizning bu anglitishimiz Erkin Asiya radiosuning tor beti, radiomuzning sotsial media betlaridan, kanallardan, YouTube, Facebook va Twitterda naq maydondan anglitildi. Ko'rishguncha omon bo'lgaysizlar. Xayr xo'sh.
Xayr xo'sh.